Chapter 844. Chi. Although the sound of the sword piercing the flesh was very soft, it completely robbed this person of his endless light. Everyone looked for the sound and looked at Chu Yang again. At this moment, Chu Yang casually pierced Nu San's back with his sword, just like how Nu San pierced Chu Yang. Is this painful? A voice that made people shudder instantly appeared in the minds of everyone present. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood. Nu San treated Chu Yang the same way Chu Yang treated him before. Swish. Nu San endured the severe pain and flew out along with the 7 killing sword in Chu Yang's hand. Then he disappeared into the void and completely disappeared. A mouse is a mouse. Sure enough, once you are frightened, you will escape back into your mouse hole. Chu Yang did not care and continued to smile lazily. Mouse number 3, didn't you want to know if it was painful? How do you feel now? As soon as his voice fell from somewhere in the void, there was a scream of horror. Then, an extremely old figure fell from the void. Nu San was old, but not to the extent that he was hunched, almost curled into a ball, and his pale face had completely disappeared. His hair and teeth had all fallen out, and his whole body was shriveled up like a mummy. The sword just now was not painful. How about this? Is it painful enough? Desolate poison. When everyone saw Nu San's appearance, they could not help but tremble. Who said that the desolate poison was not terrible? This was naturally not the desolate poison, but the magical power obtained from Chu Yang's reincarnation. After personally experiencing reincarnation, his magical power was even more amazing. Nu San could no longer answer Chu Yang's question. He was already dead. Chu Yang flew over and directly put Nu San's soul into the reincarnation gourd. You know, even if you were dead, I still have a way to make you answer. Am I right? Those words made people shudder. Nu San was terrifying, but he had met someone who was even more terrifying than him. Such a result could not be any more miserable. And now, after Chu Yang put Nu San's soul into the reincarnation gourd and analyzed it again, he completely understood everything. For example, Nu Air's name was Li Chiwen, Nu Air was Su San, and the Nu San he killed was Li Mingwei. Chu Yang only looked at Nu San's soul once. He felt that what the 3 of them did was even more heartless than the Soul Devourer clan and the Thousand Demon sect. Naturally, this was not Chu Yang's goal. His goal was Nu San's void assassin, Martial Soul. See God's son, desolate demon prince. Let's kill him together. Otherwise, none of us are his match. As soon as Nu E spoke, the identity of the godlike figure that appeared just now was clear. The Sea God's son, which was also the brother Kuan that desolate demon prince had mentioned. But at this moment, Nu Air's sudden scream resounded in everyone's ears. When Nu E looked over, he was shocked to see that Nu Air had been stabbed to death by Chu Yang's sword. Sneak attack. Chu Yang's void assassin Martial Soul was indeed ridiculously strong. His path to heaven was also very strong, but in the end, it could not hide in the void. For assassination, the former was more useful. You dare! The Sea God's son, desolate demon prince, and Nu E were all furious. However, Chu Yang did not care about them at all. He said to Nu Air, "You just stabbed me, and now I'm stabbing you. I didn't go overboard, did I?" As if they were nothing, he treated all 3 of them as air. Chu Yang killed Nu Air and also took Nu Air's soul. This was all soul power. He could not casually kill an ordinary enemy, but Nu Air and the others were not in this category. Boom! Chapter 845. The void seemed to have become a vast ocean, and the air seemed to have become seawater. The child of the sea was like a large fish as he rushed over from the distant sky. The air was like seawater setting off a great tsunami. Fierce winds also whistled endlessly, but there was already nothing in the surroundings that could be blown away. Huang Yao Prince also rushed over directly, the green radiance around his body dazzling. His fist was like a piece of jasper, and when he smashed over, it was like a falling star, extremely shocking. Nu E controlled the small gold rock king's physical body, transforming it to 300 meters long, covering the sky as he pounced over. The child of the sea was the first to make a move. His speed was extremely fast. Although he was still far away just now, he arrived in an instant. He arrived earlier than Huang Yao Prince and knew Yi. Like a man-eating shark pouncing over from the sea, he immediately displayed the scene of a huge wave overflowing into the sky. That torrential wave was like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses. Just this magnificent army with thousands of men and horses could kill Chu Yang. Not to mention that behind this magnificent army of thousands of men and horses, there was still a killing god. Scram to the side and play with the mud. Chu Yang raised a palm and directly slapped over as if he was teaching a child a lesson. At this moment, Chu Yang looked no more than 12 or 13 years old. His hand was very small, and facing the attack of the child of the sea, that small hand seemed to be comparing the size of the ocean. However, what was shocking was that when this small hand swept over, the ocean was directly flattened, and the child of the sea, this big fish, was directly sent flying. Rumble. The child of the sea was as fast as he was just now, and now that he was sent flying, his speed was as fast as it was. He went straight into the mountain. The human-shaped hole was dark and bottomless. It was as if Chu Yang had created a bottomless hole with a slap of his palm. Then he stuffed the son of the sea god into the hole so that he could search for the darkness. You go play with the mud too. Huang Yao Prince was also sent flying with a slap. His body bloomed with green radiance. If this was a grassland, then this grassland was instantly turned into a desert by Chu Yang's small hand. Incomparably arrogant, Chu Yang treated the desolate demon young noble and the son of the sea god as if they were two children. However, if one wanted to be arrogant, they had to have the ability to back it up. If one wanted to be arrogant, they also needed strength. Clearly, Chu Yang did not lack this kind of strength. This was especially true when the sea god's son and desolate demon prince had chosen to fight him in close combat. This was even more so. Chu Yang was currently at the second transformation of the ascending soul realm, the fifth stage of the primal chaos transformation realm, and his physical body had 50 dragon strength. His third transformation and third transformation of the primal martial realm and third transformation of the primal martial realm had 6 times his strength, so he could unleash 300 dragon strength. He had just unleashed 140 dragon force, and that had already scared all of the living beings present half to death. Now that he had unleashed 300 dragon force, how could the sea god's son and desolate demon prince be a match for him in terms of physical strength? Scree, Slave 1's attack was the last to arrive. He controlled the small gold rock king's body, and it came crashing down like a golden mountain. The large-winged gold rock bird was 1,000 feet long. Its body was so huge that Chu Yang's small body was almost invisible. There was no need to mention Chu Yang's small hand. In front of the huge rock claw, it could be said that he was shaking a mountain with his bare hands. However, as soon as the two came into contact, the large-winged gold rockbird was like a large balloon crashing into a sharp needle. The huge rock claw was instantly broken and shattered. You don't have to play with the mud. I heard that you're very good at burrowing holes in other people's souls. Whoosh! Chu Yang's body shot up and appeared on top of the rock's head. With a punch, he directly shattered the huge golden rock's head. I also heard that you like to control other people and cause trouble. It seems like I've also been messed up by you. He directly pulled out Slave 1's soul. Also, your soul can be split. I see that you indeed have a strange bone structure and extraordinary talent. You're a promising talent. Let's go and do some research with teacher. Chu Yang directly stored this strand of Slave 1's soul into the reincarnation gourd. The entire place was deathly silent. Only Chu Yang's lazy voice could be heard. The Nine-Spirit King, the Winged Tiger King, and the Little Three-Eyed King saw Chu Yang's divine might and recalled their previous provocation and clamor. They couldn't help but tremble. Chapter 846. Chu Yang, how dare you look down on me like this? A voice traveled out from the pitch-black cave. Then there was a loud boom, and the mountain shook violently. Soon, divine light illuminated heaven and earth. At this moment, the son of the sea was like the setting sun above the sea. The radiance that he radiated caused the vast mountain to be covered in a layer of terrifying radiance. He really was like a god in the sea. His entire body was flowing with mysterious power. It was so intimidating that almost everyone present felt like they were suffocating. Chu Yang, it's not too late for you to atone for your crimes with your death. The son of the sea's tone quickly calmed down. There was no anger, nor was there any anger. It was as if someone like Chu Yang was not worthy of his anger. He had clearly been sent flying by a casual slap from Chu Yang. Now, he was saying something like this. It was extremely laughable. However, no one could laugh at the son of the sea's voice. There was a majestic majesty in his voice. It was vast and boundless, and it was as if an ocean was crashing down. It was terrifying. Who was he? The son of the sea. Everyone present instantly understood his confidence. How noble was the son of the sea. His anger could shake the wind and clouds, and his roar could shatter the sky. If he was angry, then the world should be turned upside down. He had the ability to do so. Little brat. Chu Yang shook his head and said, "You should at least show some respect to your teacher." Then he said, "You're lucky it's me. Otherwise, with your suicidal attitude, you would have died a long time ago." "Brother Kuan, let me do it." The Huang Yao prince also returned, suppressing the son of the sea's anger. Although his words seemed calm, they felt like an active volcano. Even if they did not erupt immediately, the heat and destructive aura were already spreading. It could destroy heaven and earth at any time. "Chu Yang, how dare you be so rude to me? I don't want to die." Arrogant and cold. It was as if a true dragon was angry at a bug. The Huang Yao prince was also as ignorant as the son of the sea. It was as if he had completely forgotten that he had just been sent flying by a slap from Chu Yang. These two shouldn't be idiots, right? Chu Yang secretly assessed the two's cultivation levels. After the Eastern Wilderness's Emperor's palm bone resisted the Emperor Island suppression, the sea god's son and desolate demon prince both recovered to the 9th level of the Soul Wheel realm. However, this was still not enough. What Chu Yang was worried about was that they still had trump cards. One was the son of the desolate demon, and the other was the son of the sea god. Both of their foundations should be the strongest in the Eastern Wilderness. No one could compare to them. "Let me see how capable you are to be so arrogant." Chu Yang sneered in his heart. Then he scratched his head and laughed. "You two brats really give me a headache. Who was your teacher before? Tell me, I promise I won't beat him to death." He pointed at Huang Yao Gongzi and said, "You lied. Your father was not a living being born from the primal chaos at all. Instead, he was a broken tree that absorbed the essence from the corpses of gods and demons. Then, he transformed and devoured the source energy of a small dimension, cultivating the source energy of gods and demons." Chu Yang naturally knew this from the souls of Nu One and the others. "Then, your father severed his original body and tried to transform into a Kuan Peng. However, he failed in the end and became a never-before-seen demonic bird. In this way, your father is powerful, but he can't be considered noble." Chu Yang educated Huang Yao Gongzi. "Brat, don't put on a noble face all day long. Also, you still have to learn more about nobility." Chapter 847. Rumbling sounds could be heard as both the child of the sea god and Baron Demon Young Sir were enraged, causing everything around them to shake violently. Thump! Huang Yao Gongzi took a step forward, and then another great tremor ran through his body. His eyes shone brilliantly, and there was unexpectedly a sun, moon, and stars. 2 green beams of light shot out, as if a demonic god from the ancient great earth had awoken, opening its terrifying eyes. "Huh!" Chu Yang yawned. Waving at Baron Demon Young Sir and the child of the sea god, he said, "Why don't the two of you come at me together? I still have to hurry and find the antidote to cure the desolate poison. Don't waste my time." "You really deserve to die," Baron Demon Young Sir roared, his voice like thunder from the highest heavens. Green light shot out, blinding to the eyes as he reached out toward Chu Yang. In the blink of an eye, an enormous green hand appeared in midair. Most shocking of all was that the hand seemed to contain a world of its own, a domain of devils, or a pure land of the legion of gods. At times, it was turbid and dark, but at other times, it shone with dazzling light and the sound of the gospel. Personal domain. Everyone gasped. Unexpectedly, Baron Demon Young Sir was able to detach his personal domain from his body and unleash it. It was almost as if his hand contained a world of its own. Generally speaking, personal domains could only be unleashed with the fleshly body as the center. But Baron Demon Young Sir was able to unleash his personal domain without the shackles of the fleshly body. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have been possible. Baron Demon Young Sir's display of power caused the scalps of the other humans to go numb. Baron Demon Young Sir was so strong that if Chu Yang was defeated, they would all die at his hands. So that's what he's relying on? Chu Yang thought, visibly shaken. Baron Demon Young Sir was definitely not to be underestimated. In the Eastern Wilderness, there were very few people who could use a personal domain like this. Ryuumble, the big green hand, reached over and spread out limitlessly, wanting to envelop Chu Yang within. As it neared, the personal domain grew larger, and the devil-howling gospel of the gods became clearer. Whoosh! Chu Yang evaded. His entire body was curled up with multicolored light, making him look like a multicolored deity. However, that large green hand arrived immediately after, covering everything and casting an enormous shadow. With a buzzing sound, the 5 fingers of the large green hand suddenly expanded. The domain on the palm was also suddenly released, enveloping Chu Yang. Then it violently contracted, completely trapping him within. Boom! Chu Yang didn't panic, nor did he use his full strength. The usage of such a domain was extremely wondrous. He wanted to understand the mysteries behind it. As for this domain, he didn't take it seriously. Ascending soul, tier, 2nd transformation stage, 5th stage consummation, he could unleash it in a matter of minutes. Chu Yang attacked, constantly sensing the might of this domain. It looked like he was about to break through the domain and rush out. However, Desolate Demon Young Master was truly incomparably shocking. Demonic figures appeared in the domain one after another. Numerous divine spirits blocked all of Chu Yang's attacks, completely suppressing him and starting to refine him. Seal. The domain completely condensed into a large ball, and Desolate Demon Young Master wrote an ancient word on it. Then, the domain became even more solid. Endless demonic light and divine light all gathered at the center, attacking Chu Yang. Chapter 848. This method is not bad. Chu Yang's expression did not change. He waved his fist, one punch after another, bombarding the domain, causing the entire domain to tremble and become unstable again. Brr! Sacrifice! Refine! Huang Yao Young Master's expression changed. With a loud shout, he wrote 3 ancient words in succession and sent them into the domain. Immediately, the domain suddenly changed, turning into a huge furnace. Demonic chi surged within, black flames surged, magma surged, as if it was a furnace of hell, starting to burn and refine Chu Yang. At the very center of the furnace, a sacred altar appeared. Chu Yang was like an animal in the domain, about to be used as a sacrifice to some supreme existence. Chains of light pierced towards Chu Yang. Everyone's expression changed. This was too shocking. The demonic god seemed to be helping to kill Chu Yang. It was boundlessly terrifying, making people tremble. Is this Huang Yao's demonic god source? Chu Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt a great sense of danger. He did not dare to be careless and fiercely punched. Dang, dang, dang. Loud sounds rang out continuously. Chu Yang hit the domain as if he hit a bell or a pagoda, producing a vast sound of metal and stone. Under his bombardment, the domain that was like a furnace of hell shook more and more violently. Huang Yao Young Master's body was shaking. The Son of the Sea saw that the domain was unstable and wanted to come over to help, but he was a step too late. Chu Yang had completely used his strength. Sky flipping seal. Rumble. Once the Golden Elder's celestial inheritance was used in the domain, Chu Yang was like the first batch of creatures born in the world. He was extremely powerful, able to overturn the world with a raise of his hand. Sky collapsing seal. The domain flipped over. Chu Yang struck out with the heaven collapsing seal, directly breaking through the domain. He rushed out and then attacked. With a punch, the void seemed to collapse, forming an enormous vortex in the air. Soon after, resplendent rays of light shone, as if he was holding a sun in his hand, bombarding towards Huang Yao Young Master. Huang Yao Young Master hurriedly opened his mouth and spat out streaks of sword qi, all of which slashed towards Chu Yang. Shua! Chu Yang suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was shockingly behind Huang Yao Young Master. Desolate Demon Young Master was already prepared for Chu Yang's method, and suddenly, his domain appeared behind him. Rumble! Rumbling sounds rang out, and the surroundings trembled. It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting apart. Chu Yang had used an extremely huge amount of power in this attack, and it directly pierced through the domain. His hand directly passed through the domain, grabbing the back of Huang Yao Gongzi's neck and lifting him up. Heaven and earth fell silent in that instant. Such a powerful, desolate demon prince, whose domain could break free from his physical body, was actually unable to withstand a single blow. Chu Yang erupted, immediately losing. Bang! Chu Yang did not kill Huang Yao Gongzi. He directly threw him at the feet of the Child of the Sea and said coldly, "I'll give you two a chance. The two of you can come at me together. Let me see how capable the two of you are. While I'm at it, I'll make you accept your loss wholeheartedly." If it was anyone else saying such words, it would definitely be completely crazy and nonsense. Who had the qualifications to say such words to Huang Yao Gongzi and the Child of the Sea? Who had the qualifications to look down on these two people like this? In this eastern wilderness, who dared to speak such nonsense? However, this person was Chu Yang. Others did not have the qualifications to say such words, but he did. Others could not say such words, but he could. Chu Yang was astonishing, already far surpassing Huang Yao Gongzi and the Child of the Sea. No one could match him. Chapter 849. I've already seen your nobility, and now it's time for me to show you my nobility. This is the hidden meaning behind your words. In other words, you don't have the right to put on airs in front of me. The Huang Yao prince understood Chu Yang's meaning very clearly. He was very frustrated, as if he was competing with someone else in terms of wealth. He had originally thought that his wealth and wealth were unmatched, but now he was being smashed by mountains of gold and silver, and he was seeing stars. Only at this time did he suddenly realize that he was nothing but a pauper. Such a huge gap made him very uncomfortable, and he couldn't make a single sound. Chu Yang was indeed very strong, ridiculously strong. He couldn't deny it. Chu Yang was only at the ascending soul tier, and he was at the peak of the 9th level of the soul tier. How many minor levels were there between the two of them? But even so, he was still defeated. In fact, in front of Chu Yang, he was as weak as a little chick. The Sea God's son and the Huang Yao prince were evenly matched. The Huang Yao prince wasn't a match for Chu Yang, and he naturally wasn't a match for Chu Yang either. He also felt extremely terrible. He had always been high and mighty, but now there was someone directly trampling him to the ground, and he was powerless to struggle. His arrogant self-esteem was completely shattered like a mirror. His nobility could never be perfect again. Brother Kuan, let's attack together. Desolate Demon Young Master said this with great difficulty. The Sea God's son nodded, and a sharp light suddenly burst out from his eyes. He said coldly, "There will be people in the eastern wilderness who will remember that there was once a person who was above me, but they will also remember that this person is already dead. He is a dead man." His words were as cold as ice, filled with resolute killing intent. At this moment, the Huang Yao prince and the Sea God's son, the two noblest people in the eastern wilderness, finally joined forces. Their actions were equivalent to admitting that Chu Yang was the strongest person in the eastern wilderness. At this moment, the crowd of monsters had incomparably complicated feelings. They were the sons of their king. How noble were they? But now, they had no choice but to lower their noble heads before a lowly person. They had no choice but to join forces to contend against him. In the past, they would never have thought of this. The group of demons suddenly felt an immense pressure, as if they were about to suffocate. This so-called Chu Yang might be able to dictate their life and death, as well as their fates. Many of the humans present looked at Chu Yang. He looked like he was only 12 or 13 years old. It was as if they were looking at the eastern wilderness when he was young. It was as if they could see another great emperor of the eastern wilderness about to appear in the eastern wilderness. When he reigned supreme in the eastern wilderness, a new ruler would be born in the eastern wilderness. Go, tidy up that little golden chick for me. I want to eat it later. Chu Yang released Chao, Ju, Jin Duo, the Silver Wolf, and the other members of the Five Elements sect from the Yin-Yang Four Symbols vase. His off-key voice and inappropriate actions instantly shattered the imaginations of the monsters and the people. The Chu Yang in front of them was not the Chu Yang they had just imagined. Ga. The parrot started to laugh strangely as soon as it appeared. Then it started to flatter Chu Yang. My lord is indeed very resourceful. His magical power is boundless. What does a mere barren poison amount to? It's just a dog's fart. It's so bold to smell, my lord. It deserves 10,000 deaths for its sin. This unscrupulous parrot, if you have the ability, go and make the desolate poison deserve 1,000 deaths. Chapter 850. However, what they didn't know was that the parrot was already cursing to the heavens in its heart. I'll fuck that fuck again. That wicked bastard is actually so savage. Even the desolate poison can't kill him. It looks like my bird's life is destined to be bleak and dark forever. The parrot, Chao Ju, and the others were kept in the Yin-Yang Four Symbols vase. They knew the situation outside very well. Of course, they were not hurt in the Yin-Yang Four Symbols vase. Chu Yang wanted to protect them, not kill them. Ha, bastard Chu. Now even the heavens can't do anything to you. You're so pure that you're invincible and lonely like snow. Great evildoer Chu, I'll discuss it with you. Can you talk to the damned heavens and remove my name from the list of stepmothers? Don't treat me like a stepmother anymore. This is Chu Yang, our junior brother Chu. Jin Duo and the Silver Wolf laughed. They were very happy and carefree, especially when they saw King Jiuling and the others looking at Chu Yang with eyes full of awe. The rest of the Five Elements sect had a different reaction. They were stunned and shocked. At this moment, their faces were still full of shock and disbelief. Chao Ju looked at their expressions and reactions and exclaimed in his heart, Monster Chu is so heaven-defying this time. He was able to turn the situation around after being hit by the desolate poison. It's amazing. Chao Ju couldn't imagine this at all. After all, it was the desolate poison. Thinking back, when Chao Ju met Chu Yang for the first time in the Five Elements sect, Chu Yang was still in awe of him. But now, Chao Ju found that he was in awe of Chu Yang. Chao Ju didn't expect this. Chu Yang's rise was too fast. Everything that happened to him could be said to be legendary. Perhaps one day, the legend of Chu Yang would spread in the eastern wilderness. Chao Ju felt that he was overthinking things. Shaking his head, he smacked the back of the Five Elements sect's disciples' heads and lectured them. What are you standing there for? This is my junior brother Chu, not your junior brother Chu. Hurry up and deal with little golden chick. Look at you. Jin Duo and Silver Wolf glanced at Chao Ju without saying a word. Chao Ju glared at them and said, What? You two don't agree? Convinced. Jin Duo laughed loudly. He is your junior brother Chu, but he is my sworn brother. Boss, when you see me in the future, you have to be careful. Our identities are different. Me too. Silver Wolf also laughed. He is not my junior brother Chu, but he is my Chun-Chun's senior brother. With two martial brothers under one master, this young master here is the most intimidating. In the future, when you all see each other, be careful. Don't be impudent and break the rules. The people and demons present saw that the five elements sect's disciples were proud and did not have the slightest bit of temper. They could only be envious. This was really a case of a man reaching the Tao, his chickens and dogs rising to heaven. However, that would have to wait until Chu Yang completely detoxified the desolate poison. They heard clearly just now that Chu Yang had only temporarily resisted the desolate poison and had not completely detoxified it. However, they felt that this was just a forced self-comfort. These words came from Chu Yang's mouth. With Chu Yang's temperament, it was difficult to know whether it was true or false. The reference value was not high. It could be said that Chu Yang was already preparing to cheat them. Boom! The desolate demon prince and the son of the sea god stood side by side. Their auras burst out, as if two prehistoric beasts had awakened. It was also like two oceans worshipping each other. Two suns hung in the sky at the same time, shining brightly. The two of them adjusted to their best condition and were finally about to make a move. Chapter 851. A vast and boundless aura surged over, causing Chu Yang's sleeves and long hair to flutter, even though there was no wind. A five-color divine light suddenly flashed in his eyes. His eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, "I'd like to see how capable this Huang Yao young master and the son of the sea god are." At this moment, he also withdrew his smile and said in a clear voice, "Since the two of you are ready, then make your move. Don't waste my time." Facing such a shocking fluctuation, Chu Yang did not attack forcefully. Instead, he waited for the shocking attack that Huang Yao young master and the son of the sea god were preparing. This kind of boldness made everyone present admire them. This was really like an elder who wanted to test Huang Yao young master and the son of the sea god. How confident were they? "Brother Kuan, you defend first. I'll attack." Huang Yao Gongzi's eyes erupted with a terrifying green divine light. His ink-black hand held the demonic bow, and with a light twirl, a huge vortex appeared, crazily sucking in the essence of heaven and earth. Suddenly, everyone felt that the extremely dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth was swept away in an instant. The essence of heaven and earth in the distance was crazily replenished. After the demonic bow in Huang Yao young master's hand crazily swallowed the essence of heaven and earth, it became even darker. Now, even the light seemed to be swallowed. Everyone felt that as soon as their eyes fell on the demonic bow, their souls seemed to be immediately pulled out and sucked into the demonic bow. At this moment, the demonic bow seemed to be a crack in the abyss. It also seemed to be a trace of a mark left in the mortal world by hell. It was extremely frightening. The powerful aura that filled the air made people's hearts palpitate. This demonic bow is indeed not simple. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes, and his gaze also fell on the demonic bow. Desolate bow. This was naturally the name given by Huang Yao himself. The Eastern Wilderness also called this bow the bow of gods and demons. It was said that the bowstring of this demonic bow was forged from the veins of gods and demons. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. What Chu Yang knew was, of course, from the souls of Xin Nu and the others. In addition, it was said that Huang Yao young master had two powerful bone arrows in his hands. They were refined from the bones of gods and demons as the main material. The arrows made from the bones of gods were the arrows of gods. The arrows made from the bones of demons were the demon arrows. Once the demon god's arrow was unleashed, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The sun and moon lost their light, and ghosts wailed and wolves howled. No one in the Eastern Wilderness could stop them. Even in the past, when the Eastern Wilderness faced the demon gods, arrows shot out by the desolate demons, they could only avoid it. They were not a match at all. As a result, the desolate poison was created. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The son of the sea released his own domain. His domain was completely different from the domains Chu Yang had seen before. The domain seemed to be a real sea with surging waves. A huge fish was bobbing up and down in it. Every time it jumped out of the sea, it seemed to transform into a Kuan Peng and soared into the sky. On the horizon of the sea, a divine moon rose, the bright moon above the sea. Not only did the domain of the child of the sea display all types of scenes, there were even phenomena that were taking place, creating quite an astonishing sight. No matter if it was the child of the sea or the desolate demon young master, both of their domains had their own unique and astonishing aspects. This might be the reason why ordinary soul reincarnation realm experts could not be compared to them. It should also be because of their peerless talent. The desolate demon young master's domain was also released at this time. This time, his domain was applied on the demonic bow, landing in the middle of the demonic bow. It seemed to be an aiming lens, dazzling divine light. Chapter 852. Pung, pung, pung. The sound of bowstrings was like firecrackers, incessantly ringing out. Incomparably dazzling arrows were constantly formed and shot out, as if they were arrows of light. Suddenly, everyone felt as if the Huang Yao young noble was using the sun as an arrow, shooting out small suns one after another. The world suddenly lit up, and those dazzling rays of light constantly shot towards Chu Yang. Chu Yang stood in the void, facing those arrows of light. He was like a javelin piercing through the void, not moving at all. The arrows of light were not only dazzling, they also obstructed one's vision. Before they even arrived, the temperature of the surrounding void suddenly rose, as if it was about to combust. Chu Yang clenched his hands into fists, punching out at the arrows of light flying towards him. Pung, 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 like a broadsword splitting wooden arrows. Although Chu Yang's fists were small, they were extremely shocking. Every time a fist landed on an arrow of light, it would instantly split the arrow of light in half, causing it to explode. For a time, loud explosions rang out incessantly, and Chu Yang was completely submerged in the incomparably dazzling light. It was as if countless fireworks were being released from him, and then exploded. Specks of light collapsed and scattered, like fireworks blooming in the night sky. After a while, the light faded, and Chu Yang's figure was revealed once again. He looked at the Huang Yao young noble and the child of the sea, and said, "This level is not enough. If this is all you've got, then you're too weak. Show me your trump card." "As you wish." The Huang Yao young noble roared to the sky, his long green hair fluttering in the wind, as if endless grass and trees were surging in the wild wind. Then, an astonishing fluctuation rushed out from him. With him, as the center, the ripples in the void were enormous, as if endless waves were surging in all directions. At the same time, on his jade-white arm, at the small arm, a world of light seemed to open up, and endless white light bloomed from there. Then, the Huang Yao young noble's ink-black hand reached into that world of light, as if he wanted to take out a divine object. It was so heavy that he seemed to be struggling. It was as if a god had appeared in the mortal world. Huang Yao Gongzi used all the strength in his body and finally took out an object from the center of the light. Then, everyone saw a short bow and arrow. Although the bow and arrow was small, it emitted a brilliant aura that caused people's souls to tremble. Many people and demonic beasts present unconsciously knelt down. Could it be that this arrow is really made from the bones of deities? Chu Yang's eyelids twitched. He had to use his genius martial spirit to completely erase the power of the bow and arrow. Shocking, very shocking. Behind him, the desolate demon prince's movements were extremely fast. He suddenly took out the bow and arrow and immediately drew his bow to shoot it. It was as if he could not withstand the bow and arrow for long. After shooting the arrow, the light around his body completely disappeared. His aura was extremely weak, and even his flesh and blood had lost their luster. It was as if he had been completely drained in order to shoot this arrow. An arrow that can only be shot with all my strength. Chu Yang's heart thumped. How terrifying would such an arrow be? He did not need to guess anymore. After the Huang Yao young noble shot this arrow, it was as if a god was rushing through the void, flying in extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Chu Yang and was about to shoot through him and kill him. Chapter 853. An arrow that might have been refined from the bones of a god would definitely be extremely powerful. Especially since Chu Yang didn't know anything about this god's arrow. How would he dare to take it head on? Bang! Like a golden flame, it suddenly erupted behind Chu Yang, burning fiercely. Chu Yang was already prepared. The moment Huang Yao young master shot out the bow and arrow, a square seal like a jade seal blocked the suppression of the Emperor's Island and the heavenly rock wings. The heavenly rock wings spread open and shot out like a beam of golden light. Even so, he could still feel the sharp edge behind him. When the white light shone on his body, his clothes actually started burning. His body felt extremely hot, as if a pot of boiling water had been poured on him. What terrifying speed! Chu Yang was shocked. Once the heavenly rock wings formed by the feathers of the heavenly rock wings were used, he could clearly feel how fast it was. Not to mention other things, if he flew at full speed, his strong physical body would feel pain from the impact of the air. He would even be able to see through mountains. How fast was his speed? However, this bow and arrow's speed wasn't any slower than his. This arrow is so fast. I have to race properly. Although he was shocked, Chu Yang spoke casually. He visualized the void, piercing martial soul, and disappeared into the void. However, the bow and arrow also flew into the void. Don't go too far. I've already pierced through a mouse hole, and you're still coming. No one had time to feel Chu Yang's playfulness. His speed was too shocking. The arrow's speed almost couldn't keep up. It had already snatched away all their eyeballs. Moreover, it was a god's arrow. Swish, swish, swish. Chu Yang kept changing directions. At one moment, he was like a huge snake flying in the sky. At another moment, he was like a flood dragon diving into the abyss. At another moment, he was like a rock spreading its wings, hating the sky, rushing straight up. At other times, he was like an eagle soaring into the sky. At other times, he was like a lion pouncing. He was constantly reducing the power of the god's arrow. This was effective, and it even had an immediate effect. Desolate Demon Prince didn't give God's arrow enough divine power, so it didn't seem to be able to unleash the full power of God's arrow. As Chu Yang kept dodging, the power of God's arrow quickly decreased. He could clearly feel that the speed of God's arrow was getting slower and slower. After a while, Chu Yang felt that it was about time. He used the 5 elements heaven circulating ring and shot out a beam of 5-colored light to capture the god's arrow. However, the god's arrow struggled fiercely, and its destructive power was shocking. In the end, Chu Yang had to use his genius martial spirit to suppress it. Boom! Such a scene threw the group of demons into chaos, and they cried out in alarm. His speed is comparable to God's arrows. He even managed to subdue God's arrow. 5-colored divine light, sweeping through everything, collecting everything. Could it be that he has truly grasped this divine ability? Does the heavens want us Yao to die? The arrow of divinity couldn't do anything to him, and was actually taken away by him. Why is he so heaven-defying? Why is Shao Zun so weak in front of him? The desolate demon young master and the sea godson were once again violently shocked. With Chu Yang's astonishing speed, even if they wanted to escape, they absolutely couldn't. As for the 5-color divine light, it made their hearts tremble. How could they not know about the 5-color divine light? But Chu Yang had actually grasped it. No wonder he could resist the desolate poison. From this point of view, desolate demon prince and the son of the sea could somewhat understand why Chu Yang could resist the desolate poison. This arrow is very shocking. It's a pity that you can't fully unleash it. Just now, you didn't have the strength to attack at all. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would be in a miserable state. Chu Yang returned and stood in front of desolate demon prince and the son of the sea again. He spoke calmly. At the same time, Chu Yang was shocked to find that in this short period of time, desolate demon prince had already recovered 70 to 80%. Chapter 854. It's too early for you to be happy. The desolate demon prince roared angrily. Brother Cohen, attack. At the same time, there seemed to be a hell opening on his small arm. Taking out the devil arrow, He knocked the bow and shot the arrow. The devil arrow immediately flew over, as if a devil had suddenly come from hell to the human world. On the other side, the son of the sea had already taken out a divine spear. It was extremely dark, as if there was a deep-sea hook on the spear. See God strike. With a roar, the son of the sea stabbed the spear. The spirit chi on the tip of the spear was like seawater, turning into a poisonous dragon drill that fiercely drilled over. Wind, lightning, fire, triple drill. Chu Yang's reaction was quick. He also drilled into the hole. This was the secret technique he had comprehended after he knocked out the Burning Sky Saint and obtained the Wind Brain. Rumble. The collision of the two drills caused a shocking explosion. Amidst the explosion, the son of the sea god's spear was already thrusting towards Chu Yang. However, his target was not Chu Yang, but the space in front of him. Suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared. Then, the whirlpool became bigger and bigger. The center of the whirlpool was as black as ink. It was like a black hole. It sucked in Chu Yang's body, making him unable to fly out. Then, the demon arrow flew over like a ray of demonic light. The son of the sea restrained him, while the desolate demon prince attacked. Chu Yang immediately understood the two's intentions. Buzz! Buzz! The yin-yang four symbols vase floated above his head and stopped the vortex. Swish! 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 Chu Yang threw the soul reincarnation treasures he had obtained from killing the Soul Devourer clan and the Thousand Demon sect toward the demon arrow to counteract the power of the demon arrow, but these treasures were instantly pierced through. Shield! Chu Yang used the golden origin and turned into a transformer. Behind it, the heavenly rock feathers formed shield. Before he could use the five lights anti-heaven star, he shot out the five elements divine light and slashed at the demon arrow. With a chi sound, the shield formed by the heavenly Peng's feathers was directly penetrated. The golden origin behind it was also penetrated. His body was also penetrated. The demonic arrow flew out and fell to the ground, disappearing without a trace. Everything happened in an instant. The devil arrow didn't hit Chu Yang's vitals, but the moment it hit him, the resentment and evil aura of the devil race invaded his body like an army of devils. In his spiritual world, it wanted to destroy his body and corrode his soul. At this moment, Chu Yang once again felt the threat of death, and the full martial spirit was directly triggered. It was like a demon lord had appeared, and the demon soldiers and demon generals in Chu Yang's body and soul immediately submitted. The crisis came quickly and disappeared even faster. Chu Yang had been hit by the devil arrow, but he had not died. The desolate demon prince and the child of the sea god trembled in fear. Without any hesitation, the desolate demon prince cried out, "Brother Kuan, let's go. Do you still think you can escape?" Chu Yang had almost died. How could he allow the desolate demon prince and the child of the sea god to escape? The heavenly Peng's feathers turned into heavenly Peng's wings. He instantly gave chase, and only then did he realize that the child of the sea god had no intention of escaping. The desolate demon prince and the child of the sea god's domains merged, and then suddenly turned into a huge fish. It suddenly leapt out of the void, like a Kuan fish leaping out of the sea and transforming into a Kuan Peng. This huge fish turned into a huge divine bird in front of Chu Yang and pounced on him. Kuan Peng. The fusion of two people's domains can actually produce such a transformation. Chu Yang's mind was instantly filled with thoughts. The child of the sea god was a huge fish that called itself a Kuan. The desolate demon prince's father had severed his original body and tried to transform into a Kuan Peng, but failed and became a demon bird that no one knew about. The combination of the two might really be able to transform into a Kuan Peng. If it was a Kuan Peng, this attack would be dangerous. Chapter 855. Facing the giant Kuan Peng that was like a Kuan fish suddenly transforming into a Kuan Peng, Chu Yang's figure seemed incomparably small, like a rock at the foot of a mountain, but he was not afraid at all. Desolate demon prince, son of the sea, is this your last resort? Die for me. Rumble. Chu Yang pushed out his fist, and it was as if he was moving a star. It was extremely heavy, and the void rumbled. Then, thousands of dragons roared, as if a dragon country had opened, and 200 dragons rushed out. Chu Yang did not use his full strength for the eruption of the third transformation of Origin Martial and third transformation of Chi Soul. He only used 200 dragons of power, but even so, it was already extremely shocking. Previously, the 140 dragons of power had shocked everyone to the point that their nerves were numb. These 200 dragons were even more shocking. Not to mention the reaction of others. The Kuan Peng formed by Desolate Demon Prince and Son of the Sea revealed an extremely shocked expression. They were completely frightened. Bang, bang, bang. The dragons exploded one after another. In just an instant, half of the 200 dragons were destroyed, but there were still 100 dragons that were entangled with each other. A 5-colored light flashed and turned into a giant peacock. Each of its feathers was 100 feet long, and when it spread out, the world was covered in a 5-colored rainbow. It was extremely beautiful. Screech! The two let out a high-pitched cry and collided together. The void trembled, and the air fluctuated violently. The collision created huge circles of ripples, as if a star had smashed into the sea. Bang! The peacock exploded in the end, but at this time, the 100 dragons that had exploded had already condensed into a blurry figure. It seemed to be a Buddha figure, golden and resplendent, and thousands of rays of light burst out. Then, the spirit chi of the peacock's explosion also quickly merged into this huge figure. How is this possible? After the spirit chi collapses, it can be reformed again. How could Desolate Demon Prince and Son of the Sea know that Chu Yang's spirit chi could change 3 times? Umaba! A Buddhist chant resounded, and this huge Buddha figure instantly became incomparably solid, revealing its original appearance. It had 3 heads and 8 arms, and its eyes were angry. Mahamayuri. After Chu Yang had ascended to the 5th level of the second soul transformation, he could already use the Mahamayuri Dharma idol at will. At this moment, Mahamayuri seemed to have encountered a demon. His ride, the 5-colored peacock, was attacked by a demon. He was enraged and wanted to subdue the demon. Each of his 8 arms and 8 hands performed a divine art. The lotus seal, the spirit pearl seal, the Aquarius seal, the lion seal, the sky flipping seal, the falling sky seal, and the slaughtering seal. The last hand released the 5-color divine light. Rumble! The two collided, causing the earth to tremble and the mountains to sway and crack open. Where the two collided, it was as if a great sun had risen. The light was so dazzling that it was impossible to look at it. Then there was a rumbling explosion, as if a mushroom cloud was rising from there. In the world, hurricanes wreaked havoc, sweeping past and sweeping away everything. It was like an invisible hand that wanted to flatten the entire world. Bang, bang, bang. The huge rocks that were swept up by the wind were constantly crumbling in midair, as if they were blooming fireworks. For the people present, the demons felt that the end of the world had arrived at this moment. They trembled in fear, and some of them were even affected and died directly. This battle was a level higher than the previous battle between Chu Yang and King Jiuling. Where do you think you're going? The aftermath of the explosion was still raging, but Chu Yang's angry roar could be heard. Rumble. Chapter 856. Could it be that all 3 of them are dead? That's not right. Judging from the sound just now, it seems like Chu Yang has the upper hand. Everyone present waited for the blinding light to disappear, and when they looked again, they saw a huge demonic bird embedded in the mountain. On the other side, Chu Yang was holding a black demonic pill in his hand as he faced off against the Son of the Sea. At this moment, the Son of the Sea was holding a cute 5-colored beast in his hand, and the scene stopped just like that. That demonic bird is the Huang Yao Prince. The Huang Yao Prince is dead. The demonic pill in Chu Yang's hand is the Huang Yao Prince's demonic pill. The Son of the Sea is using the 5-colored beast to threaten Chu Yang. Although no one had seen what had happened, They quickly imagined the general situation in their minds. Huang Yao Gongzi and the sea god child had both been defeated. Huang Yao Gongzi was dead, and the sea god child was still at death's door. As for the five-colored beast, there weren't many people in the eastern wilderness who didn't know that it was related to Chu Yang. "Let me go, or else." The son of the sea's voice paused, and he suddenly exerted force in his hand, tearing off a piece of flesh from Lil Guai's body. Blood dripped down. Lil Guai cried out in pain, but it seemed to know that it wasn't good to do so, so it stopped crying. However, its crystal-like eyes were filled with tears. Chu Yang's pupil shrank. This little beast probably hadn't experienced such cruelty yet. "Do you think you can kill it?" Crack, crack. Chu Yang directly swallowed the demonic pill of the Huang Yao prince. He chewed on the demonic pill, making people's hair stand on end and shudder. Chu Yang finally understood why he couldn't see Lil Guai. After the Huang Yao prince and the son of the sea entered Emperor Island, they must have been frantically searching for him. Lil Guai could be said to be his name card. If he didn't hide well enough, how could he escape? "Before you kill it, I guarantee that you will be dead." The cold voice caused the sea god's son's eyes to tremble. Then, he threw the piece of Guai's flesh to Chu Yang. "Why don't you give it a try?" "As you wish." As soon as Chu Yang finished speaking, he disappeared in a thin air. The child of the sea immediately tensed up, and Lil Guai's eyes rolled back into their sockets. However, there was a muffled thump, and everyone saw that the child of the sea had been violently sent flying. Only then did they see Chu Yang's figure. Chu Yang sent the child of the sea flying, crashing through mountain after mountain. Loud rumbling sounds rang out continuously, and the entire mountain range in a straight line shook violently. Behind him, the little beast was still coughing desperately. Chu Yang quickly returned, dragging a huge fish behind him. At this moment, Chu Yang's entire body was char-black. It seemed as if he had just been struck by lightning. There were two clusters of small flames jumping on the clothes on his shoulders. Everyone's pupils couldn't help but tremble when they saw this. What kind of speed was that? What kind of speed was that to be able to break through the protection of the spirit chi outside his body? The friction between his body and the air was burning. As for how Chu Yang had saved the little beast, everyone now completely understood. It was very simple. He had concealed himself, exploded with a terrifying speed, and directly crashed into the little beast. During this period, Chu Yang had to avoid the little beast. Otherwise, the little beast would have been smashed to death. With such speed, not only could he smash someone to death, but he could also scare them to death. And it was clear that Chu Yang couldn't control such a terrifying speed. The truth was more or less the same. The heavenly rock's wings, the magical power of the path to heaven, and the explosive speed of 6 times the speed naturally overlapped. However, Chu Yang himself was unable to control the explosive speed. He couldn't control the speed of the heavenly rock wings alone. Chu Yang's cold gaze swept over King Jiuling, the winged tiger king, and the little three-eyed king, causing their livers to tremble. "Do you still need me to make a move?" Chu Yang said, and the world suddenly froze. No one knew how King Jiuling and the others felt, but in an instant, everyone's hearts trembled, and they were so scared that they trembled. "Kill yourselves." Chapter 857. Chu Yang, if you kill us, my father will definitely not let you go. If you kill me, you will also die. In this Emperor Island, you are indeed invincible, but what about outside of the Emperor Island? This was the threat of King Jiuling, winged tiger king, and little three-eyed king. They were also begging for mercy. King Jiuling was scared, winged tiger king was scared, and little three-eyed king was trembling. Originally, they were so proud that no one was worthy of their attention. But now, in front of Chu Yang, they were trembling, wagging their tails, and begging for mercy. They had abandoned their dignity and pride. The difference between before and after was so great that it was disdainful. However, such thoughts were quickly extinguished. That depended on who it was. King Jiuling and the other's opponent was Chu Yang. In the past, they were very strong, and they had the right to be arrogant. Thus, there was nothing wrong with their previous conduct. After all, that was before all the shocking events of today had happened. It could be said that in front of a figure like Chu Yang, there was no shame in being afraid and begging for mercy. Because this was how it should be. The weak would submit to the strong. King Jiuling and the others had just threatened Chu Yang. It could even be said that they were completely worthy of their previous arrogance. This is just right. I can eat the braised lion's head again. Your father has been raising it for a long time, so the meat should be even better. He was really treating the 9-headed lion race as chickens, ducks, and pigs. However, no one could refute such words. After leaving the Emperor Island, if Chu Yang killed King Jiuling's father, no one would be too surprised. Pung! A muffled sound broke everything. Chu Yang attacked, and King Jiuling was instantly killed. Winged Tiger King roared angrily, but was immediately killed. Little Three-Eyed King could not escape, either. Revenge for those who have grievances. Revenge for those who have grievances. Chu Yang said loudly to the humans present, "Kill your way back in the same way that the demonic beasts killed you just now." When the demonic beasts heard this, they were instantly thrown into chaos. They fled for their lives. Everyone was startled awake and chased after them. Instantly, the sounds of battle rang out. This no longer had anything to do with Chu Yang. When he looked at little Guai, he saw that the little fellow was already alive and kicking. It had completely forgotten that it was in so much pain that it wanted to cry. It was even crying out for him to release the demonic beasts. Chu Yang wasn't in a good mood. He couldn't stand its heartless, naive, and pure appearance. He slapped its head and lectured, "I don't have anything against the demon race, but I have to teach them a lesson. If they do something wrong, they have to pay the price." On Emperor Island, the demon clan had besieged the hunter clan twice in a row. If he did not teach them a lesson, the demon clan would think that the human clan could be bullied. Also, you've forgotten the pain before the scar is healed. You've never learned your lesson. Chu Yang's voice became increasingly stern, but when he saw Xiao Guai's head droop, he was completely speechless. "Boss, this has nothing to do with me. My treachery, viciousness, treachery, and cunning have all been defeated by someone's naivety and naivety. I really can't do anything about it." When Little Five heard Chu Yang's stern tone, he immediately apologized for himself. At the same time, he cooperated with Chu Yang to teach Xiao Guai a lesson. This was a very good opportunity to teach Xiao Guai a lesson. This time, if not for Chu Yang's ability, Xiao Guai would have fallen into the sea god's hands. That would have been really troublesome. Little Five thought about it and felt a lingering fear. When Little Six heard Little Five's words, he immediately understood and cooperated. "Boss, your words are extremely incisive. Don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, but be afraid of a pig-like teammate. I can't do anything about it either." "Yeah." Xiao Guai stomped his feet and retaliated. "You're the naive and naive one. You're the pig-like teammate." Chapter 858. Bitter medicine cures the illness, and harsh advice helps the action. Little Six and Little Five cooperated well, and also said, "Little Guai, you should be more careful. This time, it's all thanks to Boss, or else we wouldn't have known this." Little Guai didn't say anything this time. Chu Yang looked at Little Five and Little Six in his mind, and found that the two of them were also completely speechless. These few words were practically too much for the little guy to accept, and it suffered a heavy blow. He could only end it hastily. "Little Guai, not bad this time, you know how to talk back." Suddenly, he thought of that parrot, and his eyes lit up. Letting this unscrupulous parrot fight with Little Guai should have a great effect. "Little Guai, come here. Little Guai. You wicked bastard, you actually gave this divine bird such a name." The parrot was instantly enraged, but it still trotted over. "Omnipotent and boundless boss, what orders do you have? Let me introduce you." Chu Yang pointed at Little Guai. "This is your big brother. Call him Big Brother." The parrot wanted to die. It had a big brother for no reason, and it was a very foolish and naive big brother. When Shuyang was teaching little Guai a lesson, it saw it clearly. Heavens, send down a bolt of lightning and strike this wicked bastard to death. The parrot wailed in its heart, and then said to little Guai in a flattering manner, Big brother, yeah. Little Guai was instantly overjoyed and immediately picked up the parrot and spun it around. Oh my heavens, this divine bird has actually been reduced to being a little brother to a little immature. I really don't want to live anymore. The parrot's heart was really gloomy, and its heart was filled with shadows, which covered an extremely large area. After that, it was the five elements sex bonfire feast. The demonic bird Huang Yao Gongzi and the large fish son of the sea god were not only delicious, but their flesh could also be said to be precious medicine and was definitely very nutritious. The nine-spirit king, the winged tiger king, and the others were not bad either. The only pity was that the little three-eyed king was in human form. Generally speaking, everyone in the Five Elements sect believed that Shuyang did not eat human forms. After a round of joy, Shuyang handed over the square imprints of the Eastern Wilderness's great emperor's imperial jade seal to Chao Ju and the others. He also said goodbye to Chao Ju and the others, lying that he was going to find the antidote to the desolate poison. Chao Ju and the others were so worried about some bastards that Shuyang didn't dare to set things right and tell the truth. In the end, he could only say that the desolate poison couldn't do anything to him, so they didn't need to worry and left. After leaving, there was no news about Shuyang. No one had seen him on Emperor Island. After the initial calm, the competition on Emperor Island soon became fierce, especially in the center of Emperor Island. At the center of Emperor Island was a royal palace. There were many puppet guards, and the test was quite simple. They had to break into the royal palace. Whoever could break into the deepest part of the royal palace would pass the test of the Eastern Wilderness's great emperor. They would have to face the desolate demon and the so-called sea god and kill them, and they would receive the inheritance of the Eastern Wilderness's great emperor. The strength of the puppets was extremely strong. Chao Ju and the others had at most made it to the third last test. As for the people of the Eastern Wilderness and the many demonic beasts, only a few made it to the last test, and they were not famous. However, no one could pass the last test. What surprised everyone and all the demonic beasts was that Shuyang didn't appear from the beginning to the end. It was as if Shuyang had no interest in the inheritance of the Eastern Wilderness's great emperor. This was naturally impossible. Shuyang must have entered Emperor Island for the inheritance of the Eastern Wilderness's great emperor. Therefore, they all thought that Shuyang had been poisoned by the desolate poison. Either his life was in danger, or his condition was extremely bad, so he had to give up. Naturally, no one knew the specifics. Emperor Island had been open for almost a month. Because no one had passed the test, Emperor Island disappeared again. After Chao Ju and the others left Emperor Island, they didn't leave. However, when Emperor Island closed completely and disappeared completely, Shuyang still hadn't come out. Xiao Guai and the unscrupulous parrot didn't appear either. They couldn't help but feel gloomy. Shuyang must be dead. Even if he's not dead, he must be locked in Emperor Island. Hee, I don't know when Emperor Island will open again. A few decades or 100 years. This Shuyang is useless. What bullshit number one person in the Eastern Wilderness. After hearing a lot of rumors, the silver wolf was so enraged that it attacked and taught those people a ruthless lesson. He's a monster. Emperor Island can't trap him. We don't need to worry about him. Come, let's go back. Chapter 859. How could Shuyang possibly die? As for the closing of Emperor Island, he wasn't worried at all. He had used the reincarnation gourd to collect the souls of New Air, New Sand, Desolate Demon Prince, and the Son of the Sea. His understanding of Emperor Island was almost unparalleled. He even knew clearly that the desolate demon and the so-called sea god had an affair. The so-called sea god was indeed a Koan fish, and she was female. The desolate demon was male, and the son of the sea god was actually born from the two of them. The desolate demon prince and the son of the sea god were brothers. Their goal was simple: They wanted to give birth to a baby Kuan Peng in hopes of obtaining the secret of the Kuan Peng and becoming a Kuan Peng. However, they didn't succeed in the end. Chuyang didn't appear to challenge the test and fight for the inheritance of the great emperor in the eastern wilderness because he didn't want to waste time. The great emperor in the eastern wilderness had actually left a back door for his descendants. As long as they could withstand the desolate poison, they would be able to enter the center of Emperor Island. At this moment, Chuyang finally knew why the descendants of the great emperor in the eastern wilderness couldn't pass this test. The desolate poison was too terrifying. If Chuyang didn't have the reincarnation revolution, how could he withstand the desolate poison that was similar to being worn down by time? Of course, he naturally passed the test of the desolate poison successfully. After that, when he faced the desolate demon and the sea god suppressed by the eastern wilderness pagoda, Chuyang didn't need to put in much effort because he had the genius martial soul and the fool martial soul. Chuyang used the two and fell into a deep sleep. This deep sleep lasted until the entire Emperor Island closed, but he still didn't wake up. About 7 days after the Emperor Island was closed, Chuyang finally woke up. He had experienced the feeling of being in a trance and not knowing what year it was. He had experienced it many times. Very soon, he got rid of it and felt the changes in his body. When he first felt the genius martial soul and the fool martial soul, he saw two balls, a ball of light and a ball of darkness. They turned into two balls, the chaos turned into a world, and the two martial souls turned into two small dimensions. The third transformation is the world transformation. This was very reasonable, but Chuyang didn't like it first. He missed the genius martial spirit and the fool martial spirit more. Although the two balls looked very intimidating at first glance, after such a transformation, the many troubles during cultivation were directly thrown to the two martial spirits for them to deal with. After that, they would be done after a night's sleep, which meant that there would be no more problems. For example, this time, if he were to absorb the desolate demon and sea deity's source and wipe out their final consciousness, who knew how much effort he would have to expend? How could it be so simple and just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? Let's wait and see. After completing the third transformation, Chuyang wasn't the least bit happy, but when his consciousness entered the two balls, he immediately shouted, "My genius martial spirit, my idiot martial spirit. It's great that you didn't leave me behind. I'm almost crying." At this moment, the genius martial spirit and the fool martial spirit had both undergone great changes, especially the fool martial spirit. The fool martial spirit didn't have the slightest trace of foolishness. At first glance, darkness, evil, destruction, slaughter, blood, coldness, and ruthlessness, and many other shocking auras rushed over. The devil chi around him surged, as if he was the ruler of darkness, the ruler of evil, the ruler of slaughter, and so on. However, these were not enough to describe him. Only one word could describe him: devil. The fool martial spirit had become the devil martial spirit. The genius martial spirit had also undergone great changes. Light, holiness, redemption, and so on. Everything was the opposite of the fool martial spirit. The fool martial spirit had become the devil martial spirit, and the genius martial spirit had naturally become the God martial spirit. Genius and fool, God and devil. After Chuyang's consciousness came into contact with the two martial spirits, all the changes became even more clear. Just as he thought, the genius martial spirit and the fool martial spirit had undergone changes in form, transforming into a god and a devil. He was now at the peak of the third transformation 9th level of the ascending soul realm, and the third transformation soul, ascending soul realm, was completely completed. However, the first thing he felt was not the changes after the transformation of the two martial spirits, but whether the two martial spirits still had their original abilities. Chapter 860. Haha, this young master is invincible now. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. Chuyang couldn't help but laugh loudly. His voice was so loud that it woke up Xiao Guai and the others from their slumber. When Xiao Guai woke up, it discovered that it had increased by 1 level of the soul wheel realm. It was so excited that it started to cry out. The parrot had also increased in strength and was about to break through to the spirit realm. The wings that were cut off had also grown out. The original 3-colored feathers had now turned into 9-colored feathers that were evenly distributed. It looked extremely dazzling and had an extremely powerful aura. With Chu Yang's help, it had absorbed the desolate demon and sea god source energy. It had obviously increased in strength, but it wasn't happy at all. It sighed, "I'm so envious of 5th brother and 6th brother. I really want to die." Soon after, the parrot went completely crazy and cried out strangely. As for the so-called 5th brother and 6th brother, although Chu Yang didn't understand, he instantly understood that it should be Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu. Yeah. Xiao Guai's excitement also disappeared. It acted like the parrot and cried out together with it, "I really want to die." Its cry was even more miserable than the parrot's because it wasn't the first time it had experienced this. Ga. Xiao Wu's laughter came from Chu Yang's body. It was extremely proud. "Little cheap, little Guai, Xiao Lu, and I have already reached the 3rd cycle of Divine Soul after following boss. Are you envious? Haha." "No, 5th brother." Xiao He also said proudly, "It's the 4th cycle. 1st cycle of reincarnation, 2nd cycle of chaos, 3rd cycle of world, and 4th cycle of divine demon. Although we haven't reached the 4th cycle, we have to show that boss is omnipotent." Ga. 5th brother, 6th brother, it's a pity that you're still 2 damn monkeys. The parrot was envious and directly poked at their shortcomings, causing Xiao Wu and Xiao Lu to immediately become angry. When Chu Yang heard this, he immediately took out 2 desolate demon eggs and said, "Do you want to turn into desolate demons and use these eggs to be reborn?" Ga. Little 5 and little 6's anger immediately turned to joy, and they laughed strangely. "Boss is incomparably wise. That is a must, but please rest assured, we will definitely maintain our pure nature. Monkeys will be monkeys. We will definitely do our best to transform the wild egg's origin." When Chu Yang saw how eager little Guai and the parrot were, he threw 1 each to the 2 dogs. "Kiki, boss's martial prowess is boundless." The parrot immediately began to flatter the heavens, but Lil Guai was hesitating whether or not to eat it. It seemed that eating the desolate demon egg was the same as eating a cutie. It felt very guilty. Chu Yang ignored him and temporarily did not feel the changes in his 2 martial spirits. Since he could not escape, the most important thing now was to confirm if the desolate demon and sea god were completely dead. The result was self-evident. To be precise, Chu Yang was very surprised. Not only had he completed the 3rd transformation of his divine soul, but his 2 martial spirits had also undergone a transformation. The amount of energy required for this was beyond his imagination. In other words, the origin of the desolate demon and sea god was actually able to support such a transformation. Chu Yang was very surprised. Looks like this desolate demon and sea god were incomparably powerful, at least in the soul fusion realm. Then the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness must also be incomparably powerful, so the inheritance he left behind. Chu Yang was on the verge of drooling. He rushed over without a care in the world and tried to take the Eastern Wastelands pagoda. However, the moment he touched the Eastern Wastelands pagoda, he felt as if he was an ant trying to move a mountain. What level of treasure is this? I can't collect it. Chu Yang's mind was shaken. Therefore, all of his joy disappeared and was replaced by horror. "Master, this Eastern Wilderness Tower is a saint tool." Not to mention this abrupt voice, but the 2 words divine tool had made Chu Yang feel as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body froze in a split second. Saint tool. It was actually a saint tool. He was only in the ascending soul realm now, and he did not know how far away he was from the saint realm or saint realm. Little Guai, little 5, and little 6 were all stunned. Only the parrot did not move at all. It was not surprised at all. Obviously, it already knew. When the Emperor Island Guardian's face that looked like it was carved out of a metal plate appeared in front of Chu Yang, Chu Yang's eyes seemed to have found focus, and he looked at the Emperor Island Guardian in a daze. After a while, Chu Yang recovered and asked, "Are you sure it's a saint tool?" "Master, there's no mistake. It really is a saint tool." When Chu Yang heard this, he started counting with his fingers: Spirit Stage, Soul Fusion Realm, Transcendence Realm, Nirvana Realm, Life and Death Realm. Chu Yang counted the specific cultivation realms that he knew from the souls of Slave 1 and the other 2, and found that he was still 5 realms away from the Saint Realm. Every realm had 9 levels, so if he counted it this way, it would be 45 small realms. The Saint Realm, this was simply too far away for Chu Yang. It was not something he could reach at the moment. "I can definitely reach it too." Immediately, he thought of his fiancée, the East Continent, and then fixed his thoughts on the 5 elements, divine child of the 5 elements sect. He suddenly shouted, "How long have I been asleep? Please don't let the bet pass half a year, or I'll be embarrassed." He began to calculate again in his mind. He had been delayed in Jinyuan City for about 2 months, and he had spent another month in Sea Demon City. All in all, it was possible that time had really passed. Chapter 861. Chu Yang was not surprised by Emperor Island's Guardian's appearance. After all, Chu Yang had already touched the core of Emperor Island. How could Emperor Island's Guardian not notice him? After his conversation with Emperor Island's Guardian, he had a better understanding of Emperor Island and the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor. Firstly, that parrot was indeed the descendant of the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor's companion. It had hatched from its egg around the same time as the desolate demon prince. Its talent was definitely not bad. It had a unique divine ability. In Chu Yang's words, it was a copy divine ability. This divine ability was formed by the parrot imitating the language of the tongue. It was an extremely shocking divine ability. It was also the parrot's talent. Chu Yang even wanted to eat the parrot. Secondly, the protector of Emperor Island wasn't a human. To be exact, it wasn't a puppet either. It was the most loyal servant of the great emperor of the Eastern Wasteland. After he died, his soul entered the puppet so that he could continue to protect Emperor Island. Such a loyal servant made Chu Yang feel deep respect for him. As for Emperor Island, it was actually a small dimension world. It was refined by the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor to suppress the desolate demons and the sea god. The inheritance of the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor had mostly been taken away by the descendants of the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor. Emperor Island's Guardian did not stop them as long as the descendants of the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor did not touch the core of Emperor Island and affect the suppression of the desolate demons and the sea god. In his opinion, the true inheritance of the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor was to suppress the desolate demons and the sea god and to protect the will of the Eastern Wilderness. Everything else was nothing. The origins of the desolate demons and the sea god, as well as the Eastern Wilderness Pagoda, represented everything. Chu Yang had finally killed the desolate demons and the sea god. Of course, in his opinion, that was the true successor of the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor. That was why he regarded Chu Yang as his leader. Chu Yang wanted to extract the Emperor Island Guardian's soul from the puppet, but the Emperor Island Guardian refused. He said that he would wait until Chu Yang unified the Eastern Wilderness and had a loyal servant to replace him. For such a person, Chu Yang had nothing but admiration. Such a fool was definitely not common in this world. Chu Yang had learned from the Guardian of Emperor Island how long he had been asleep. All in all, there were still 15 days left before the half-year bet between him and the 5 elements divine child. That was more than enough time. After understanding everything, Chu Yang continued to comprehend the changes in his body. Needless to say, the Sabersaur martial spirit and the Flood Dragon martial spirit, after the reincarnation, primal chaos, and divine demon third revolution, these 3 martial spirits were incomparably strong. Ordinary people could not compare to them. As for the transformation of the 2 martial spirits, needless to say, it was an earth-shattering transformation. Let's determine my combat strength first. The divine demon martial spirit is on the way. I can slowly comprehend it. Chu Yang brought Xiao Guai, Xiao Gui, and the Emperor Island Guardian to the foot of a mountain. As soon as he stopped, he said, "Xiao Gui, come over here and try taking my punch." "Forget it. Do you think this divine bird can survive after taking your punch? You're just a bird that wants to kill. You bastard. You're so wicked that you'll dig up your ancestors' graves. The parrot was so scared that it almost peed its pants and wanted to cry. It wasn't the strongest here. The Emperor Island Guardian was. Master, I, Xiao Gui, am willing to die for you at any time. I'm just a weak bird. Once you use your power, I'll be turned into ashes immediately. It doesn't matter if I die, but I'm so weak that I can't display your power. It's a great blasphemy to you, so I refuse. Chu Yang had previously struck out with 200 dragon strength, and the parrot had seen it clearly. Now, Chu Yang was so wicked that smoke was coming out of his mouth. He had absorbed the desolate demon and the sea god's origin energy, and had even killed these two giants. Who knew how strong this wicked person was? With his punch, even if it didn't die, it would be crippled. Xiao Gui listened to the parrot's shameless words. Its crystal-like eyes kept sizing up the parrot as if it was looking at a weirdo. Chapter 862. You've already received Xiao Gui's punch. It makes sense for you to reject my punch. At this moment, the parrot really wanted to hug Xiao Gui and kiss it. Master is wise. I will definitely not disappoint Master's expectations. I will ask my brother to be more careful. While Xiao Gui was protesting, Chu Yang's punch landed on the mountain. Instantly, the earth shook and the mountain shook. Rocks rolled and dust filled the sky. A terrifying crack appeared on the mountain. Behind Chu Yang, there were 200 phantoms of dragons that were surging. 200 dragon strength. Without using the Origin Marshal's third cycle and the third cycle of the Aura Soul, I already possess 200 dragon strength. Chu Yang was a bit surprised, but after thinking about it, it made sense. After reaching the second cycle of the Ascended Soul Realm, his body would gain 10 dragon strength for every stage. 9 stages meant 90 dragon strength. After reaching the third cycle of the Ascended Soul Realm, his chaotic physique would turn into a divine physique. It wasn't strange for him to gain 10 dragon strength for every stage. In total, he would have 180 dragon strength. As for the remaining 20 dragon strength, he didn't know where it came from. 50 dragon strength is enough to fight against a soul reincarnation stage 1. However, if I fight against the spirit realm stage 1, it would increase by 10 times. That would be 500 dragon strength. After that, when I fight against the other 8 stages of the spirit realm, each stage would increase by 1,000 dragon strength. The soul reincarnation stage was a leap, and the spirit realm was even more so. Previously, Chu Yang's only method to fight against the spirit realm stage was a rank 5 array. Now that he calculated, he could probably fight against the spirit realm stage too. Origin Marshal's third cycle, Aura Soul's third cycle. Now that he had completed the third cycle of the Divine Soul, he should be able to unleash 9 times the power. With 200 dragon strength and 9 times the power, he would have 1,800 dragon strength. Adding on his other methods, he would have no problem fighting against the Spirit Realm Stage 2. According to his past experience with the Origin Martial Realm and Aura Soul Realm, he could kill enemies that were many stages higher. Right now, he could kill a Spirit Realm Stage 2 or even a Spirit Realm Stage 3 or 4. I'll know when I try it in the future. Chu Yang turned his head and said to Xiao Gui and the parrot, "The two of you, retreat a bit." Whoosh! Little Gui was a bit slow to react, but when the parrot heard this, it immediately flew thousands of meters away. Then, it began to flatter Chu Yang. "Boss, you're so powerful. If you don't accept that mountain, you're going to be crushed. Blow up the mountain in front of us." "Good suggestion." Bang! Chu Yang took a step forward and threw a punch at the mountain before him. In an instant, the void behind him exploded. It was as if tens of thousands of dragons were roaring at the same time. The densely packed dragons filled the void behind him as their roars resounded. Seeing this, the parrot stuck out its 3-meter-long tongue. Lil Gui's crystal-like eyes also bulged. Even the Emperor Island's guardian was emitting a powerful spiritual wave. Little 5 and Little 6 were no exception. Rumble. However, they were not shocked for too long. Like a sudden clap of thunder, A deafening sound that seemed to tear the sky apart resounded throughout the entire Emperor Island. Then, the parrot Lil Guai and the others saw a huge cloud of dust rising into the sky. It was as if a huge sandstorm had swept over from afar. When the dust settled and the parrot looked over, it lost its self-control and cursed out loud. "My circles and crosses. This divine bird was just trying to flatter you. This wicked bird actually blew up this mountain. God, you're too biased. Why did you raise this immoral person like your own son and take me as your stepmother?" If it was any other time, the parrot would have immediately realized that it had lost its composure and corrected itself. However, it was still clamoring. Lil Guai was petrified. Little 5 and Little 6 were unable to utter a single word of flattery for a long time. Needless to say, the Emperor Island's guardian was even more shocked. Its puppet body and metal face almost revealed a shocked expression. "Oh my God, this is simply too fierce." When Little 5's voice emerged from Chu Yang's body, the parrot saw a pair of beautiful eyes staring at it. It only then knew that it was in trouble. It had just poured out all its true thoughts. It was not an exaggeration to say that the pair of eyes were beautiful. After Chu Yang returned to his original size, his appearance was simply a masterpiece of God's painstaking efforts. "Master, please spare my life." The parrot's tongue was almost tied up. However, it was useless. Chu Yang attacked, and the parrot's feathers were instantly plucked by Chu Yang. It looked like a chicken that was about to be stewed. "Yeah," Lil Guai cried out, "don't kill my brother." Chapter 863. Although Emperor Island was closed, Chu Yang would not have any difficulty leaving. The guardian of Emperor Island could open a passage for him and even make Emperor Island appear again. In addition, the descendants of the great emperor in the Eastern Wilderness had a special portal to enter and exit Emperor Island. The Eastern Wilderness was not small. It was very vast. There was a long distance between the Sea Demon City and the Five Elements sect. However, this was for ordinary people. For Chu Yang, who had the heavenly rock wings, this distance was not very far. The heavenly rock wings spread out. In less than half a day, he had returned to the Five Elements sect. He landed in his own small courtyard. The golden light flashed and broke through the sky. Naturally, it startled many people in the Five Elements sect, especially many elders of the Five Elements sect. In a small dimension of the Five Elements sect, Qian Aoshue was acting like a spoiled child in front of a white-haired elder. The moment Chu Yang returned to the Five Elements sect, the smile on the old man's face suddenly froze, and his expression became slightly stunned. "Grandpa, what are you thinking? Are you going to give me the Five Elements ribbon or not?" Qian Aoshue's iceberg-like face actually revealed the expression of a little girl. Naturally, there was no one who could make Qian Aoshue call Grandpa. There were even fewer people who could be so intimate. This elder was the Taishang elder of the Five Elements sect, Qian Aoshue's grandfather. The Taishang elder's gaze was faint. It penetrated the small dimension he was in and landed on the Five Elements sect. He looked at the courtyard where Chu Yang was and muttered to himself, "He is back." The desolate poison really did not trouble him. This little guy is not only good at causing trouble, but also very frightening. The desolate poison? Qian Aoshue immediately thought of a bastard. But how could it be? Emperor Island was closed. How could that bastard come out? She did not believe it. Then, she thought of this trip to Emperor Island. Chu Yang had turned into a 7 or 8-year-old child and said she was his idol's woman. This meant that Chu Yang had said she was his woman. Qian Aoshue's face suddenly turned red and feverish. Especially when she was in the Sea Demon City. She was spanked by a bastard as a child. She was a prideful person. It would have been safer for her to follow her seniors and juniors from the Five Elements sect on Emperor Island. However, she had chosen to explore on her own at that time. Later on, she had heard all the things that had shocked her. The little brat was actually Chu Yang. The descendants of the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness were so vicious, and so scheming. None of the Fey race's geniuses were a match for Chu Yang. Chu Yang actually didn't die from the desolate poison. This was the most ridiculous thing. Although Chu Yang killing the desolate demon prince and the child of the sea god was shocking, it was not as shocking as the desolate poison. If that was all, it would have been fine. However, ever since she heard that Chu Yang had not been completely cured of the desolate poison and was desperately searching for an antidote, she heard that Chu Yang had been trapped on Emperor Island and had not come out. She realized that she had been a little absent-minded during that period of time. If not for the distant past, just now, when Grand Elder suddenly mentioned the desolate poison and said that he had returned, her heart could not help but tremble. Grand Elder came back to his senses. Qian Aoshue, on the other hand, was lost in her own thoughts and complicated feelings. She was angry and happy at the same time. She gritted her teeth and suddenly revealed a trace of gentleness. There was also a bashful look on her face. How could Grand Elder not understand what was going on? Enemies will always be enemies. Chapter 864. The Grand Elder was not the only one who sensed Chu Yang's return. Similarly, in a secret realm, when the Silver Wolf was talking nonsense in front of an old man, the old man was also stunned. Then, he said, "Your senior brother is back." Senior brother? The Silver Wolf thought of Chu Yang, but felt that it was impossible. Your senior brother is back this time. I'm afraid the Five Elements sect will be turned upside down. Hearing this, the Silver Wolf smiled and said to the old man, "Master, which senior brother of mine is so intimidating?" The Silver Wolf addressed the old man in this way. Naturally, the old man's identity was obvious, Elder Gold. Thud! The Golden Elder knocked on the Silver Wolf's head and lectured. "How many senior brothers do you have?" "My senior brother. That bastard Chu the Great Demon Chu?" The Silver Wolf was slightly stunned. "Master, you went to find the mistresses yesterday. Are you so tired that your eyesight is blurry now?" "My senior brother is now in confinement on Emperor Island. The Baron Poison can't do anything to him." "Can Emperor Island do anything to him?" Elder Gold said, "Silly boy, your senior brother might not even care about your enemies in the East Continent in the future." As he spoke, Elder Gold's voice became faint, as if he was reminiscing. Such a talent, not to mention the Eastern Wilderness, even in the East Continent and the Central Continent, there are only a handful of them. They are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Elder Gold was naturally from the Eastern Wilderness. However, when he was young, of course, he also yearned for the East Continent. Naturally, he had also been to the East Continent. He was the one who brought the Silver Wolf back from his travels in the East Continent. The Silver Wolf's identity was mysterious. He did not even have a name. He was only called Silver Wolf for a reason. Elder Gold was very cautious. He even hid the Silver Wolf's name. Enemy. The Silver Wolf's mischievous expression completely disappeared. It was as if a distant memory had been opened. It was as if it had become extremely unfamiliar. However, when he touched it again, the bloody scene in his memory rushed to him. His handsome face immediately became ferocious every time. But in the blink of an eye, all of this disappeared. Silver Wolf once again smiled mischievously. "Master, how can we use other people for revenge? Also, you're underestimating your disciple too much. Isn't it just a small matter of revenge? I'll settle it in minutes." "You're ambitious." As soon as Elder Gold finished speaking, Wen Yinlang smirked and said, "However, I'm following my senior brother. If I attract those bastards here, they will definitely anger my senior brother. At that time, my senior brother will go berserk. Hee hee. Get lost." The Silver Wolf was sent flying with a kick, but it laughed loudly. "Master, I'll party at my senior brother's place tonight. I'll try to get some Kuan fish from my senior brother and bring it back for you to try." Then he exited Elder Gold's secret realm and appeared in the Five Elements sect. He shouted, "Senior brother, I'm here for you, huh?" The laughter resounded throughout the Five Elements sect. Everyone in the Five Elements sect heard it. Those who recognized Silver Wolf were shocked. Silver Wolf's senior brother? Isn't that Chu Yang? Could it be that Chu Yang is back? They were in disbelief and shock. At the same time, Chao Ju also learned about Chu Yang's return from his father. He and Jean Duo laughed loudly and flew to Chu Yang's courtyard. Saint Sun Zither did not have a strong divine sense like the Grand Elder and Elder Gold, but he had the yin-yang four symbols vase. The moment Chu Yang returned to the Five Elements sect, he immediately sensed the yin-yang four symbols vase. He was delighted. Could it be that little brother is back? When Chu Yang returned to the Five Elements sect, the 10 peak masters of the outer 10 peaks, Sui Yunfu, Long Fei Sai, and Du Guangbua, as well as the 5 peak masters of the inner 5 peaks and the sect master of the Five Elements sect, all sensed Chu Yang's return. As for the entire Five Elements sect, when they heard the news, they were completely shocked. They burst into cheers and exclamations, especially the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution and the crowd of the East Arrival Pavilion. They were the most ecstatic. Chapter 865. Saint Child Zither Sound, Silver Wolf, Chao Ju, Jean Duo, and the others appeared in front of Chu Yang almost immediately after he returned to the Five Elements sect. They all laughed heartily and retorted at Chu Yang. The main point was naturally Chu Yang's appearance. His appearance was more exquisite and beautiful than a woman's, which made them envious and jealous. Chu Yang didn't have the strength to retort. This wasn't what he wanted. So, they immediately besieged him again. While they were laughing and fooling around, Chu Yang's courtyard was completely surrounded. There was a sea of people, and the walls of the courtyard collapsed because of the crowd. This was not the end. There was still a tide of people coming in wave after wave. As a result, Chu Yang's courtyard had no place to stand. The air was also densely packed with people. Junior Brother Chu, are you really back? What Junior Brother Chu? Be careful. Call him Senior Brother Chu. Oh, yes. Thank you for the reminder. With so many people gathered, it was inevitable that there would be a lot of discussion. Of course, there were also people who doubted whether it was true. This was because it was too shocking. Chu Yang had been poisoned and had not died. Emperor Island was closed, and Chu Yang could still come out. Could Chu Yang have obtained the inheritance of Emperor Island? There are many questions. The people of Five Elements sect had too many questions in their hearts. At this moment, when they discussed Chu Yang and talked about Chu Yang's past deeds, they could not help but exclaim in shock. Chu Yang had caused a ruckus in Five Elements sect, angered the Guardian Elder, and killed the Peak Master. In the eyes of the people of Five Elements sect, it was already extremely impressive. It was simply heaven-defying. However, they did not expect that Chu Yang would be even more frightening after leaving Five Elements sect. First, Chu Yang killed the Wei Kingdom's princess, the Soul Devourer clan's Gold Rock Saint. Then, he killed millions of souls and killed many people from the Soul Devourer clan and Thousand Demon sect. In the end, the Soul Devourer clan was almost destroyed by him alone. Not to mention that, as soon as he arrived at Sea Demon City, he used a brick to knock out all the great geniuses of the Demon Clan. He stripped them naked, hung them up, and robbed them clean. At the same time, the people of Five Elements sect felt Chu Yang's lawlessness. They also felt how powerful Chu Yang was. He dared to be impudent no matter where he was. However, this wasn't the most shocking thing. Everything that Chu Yang had done on the Emperor Island could be said to be godly. Even if the people of Five Elements sect did not see it with their own eyes, they could not help but admire him from the bottom of their hearts just by hearing about it. The crown princes of the Four Kingdoms were all dead. The son of the city lord of Sea Demon City was dead. The 7-star divine child was seriously injured, and so on. Every piece of news could shake the entire eastern wilderness, making them feel how terrifying and powerful the enemy was. However, these people were all killed by Chu Yang in the end. Therefore, even if Chu Yang did not come out of Emperor Island before, his reputation was still widespread in the entire eastern wilderness. Everyone knew about him. Because of this, more and more people came to join Five Elements sect. The increase in the difficulty of the entrance examination of Five Elements sect was the best proof. Didn't they say that Chu Yang was locked in Emperor Island and could not come out? What's going on now? How can Emperor Island hold Chu Yang back? That's right. From our point of view, if Emperor Island is closed, then it's definitely over. However, to Chu Yang, I'm afraid this is not a problem at all. For example, in front of Chu Yang, the Soul Devourer clan and the Thousand Demon sect are nothing, but we tremble in fear when we see them. The questions buried in the hearts of the people of Five Elements sect were completely ignited at this moment. What I'm concerned about now is this. Chu Yang was hit by the desolate poison. Is he really fine? Who knows? However, since Chu Yang is back, I'm afraid this desolate poison really can't do anything to him. That's really impressive. It's said that the desolate poison was specially used by the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness to deal with the desolate demons. Even the desolate demons were hit, but Chu Yang was actually able to withstand it. It's really hard to imagine. What's hard to imagine? Can't you just think that Senior Brother Chu is more powerful than the desolate demons? Chapter 866. Do you guys think that Senior Brother Chu will participate in the core disciple competition in a few days? Different people would naturally focus on different things. Does Senior Brother Chu still need to participate? Are you kidding me? Senior Brother Chu killed the saints of the other sects like cutting grass. The deities of the other sects trembled when they saw him. Why would such a person need to compete with us for the core disciple spot? Senior Brother Chu should be a deity now. As for the title, it's a headache. Of course, there were also people who refuted that's not necessarily true. If I remember correctly, Senior Brother Chu was only a core disciple before he left the Five Elements sect. If we do things according to the rules, then it's true. Also, I'm afraid that the Five Elements deity will do something. When that time comes, it will be like that. In the midst of everyone's discussion, a lion's roar suddenly rang out, causing the people of the Five Elements sect to be silent. When they looked over, they were surprised to see a female hero rushing in angrily. Chu Yang's sister, Chu Na. The people of the Five Elements sect were very tactful and made a path for Chu Na to enter directly. Little sheep, get out here. Little sheep. Many people of the Five Elements sect were instantly speechless. Chu Yang, whose name shook the Eastern Wilderness, actually had such a nickname. Master, the female master is here. You should be prepared. A bald parrot was extremely eye-catching, so when it spoke, the people of the Five Elements sect couldn't help but look at the parrot. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a bald parrot? The parrot was furious, then said proudly, "This is called personality, understand?" The people of the Five Elements sect were stunned, and the parrot was disdainful. "Tiske, you won't understand even if I tell you." Playing the lute to a cow. Then, the parrot stood in front of Chu Na in a righteous manner. "Mistress, this is my duty as a lackey. I have to buy a few seconds for my mistress. Please go easy on her. I'm afraid of pain." Chu Na was speechless. What kind of stupid bird is this? Does it have eyes? Little sheep, get your ass out here right now. Chu Na gnashed her teeth in anger. Then, to everyone's astonishment, they saw a person really roll out. Then, that extremely beautiful face smiled flatteringly at Chu Na and said, "Sister, I've already rolled out on your orders." The parrot was flustered. It had made a big joke. Then it cursed in its heart. What a noob. He can't even get a few females. He made a fool of himself. When Chu Na saw Chu Yang's appearance, she was stunned. This face was not unfamiliar to her. She could clearly see Chu Yang's original appearance, but the changes were also great. To be more precise, Chu Na was almost ashamed of her inferiority in front of this face. Then, without saying a word, she pinched Chu Yang's ear and pulled it hard. Chu Yang screamed. That scream was too much. It was obviously exaggerated. It was as if he'd been cut by a knife, and the scream had the effect of being cut to pieces. "Sister, are you trying to murder me?" Chu Yang shouted. "Look carefully, I'm your brother. Don't kill the wrong person. You still know that I'm your sister." Chu Na gnashed her teeth. She pulled Chu Yang's ear with one hand and slapped his head with the other. She was furious. "Sister, I was wrong." Chu Yang begged for mercy. "I promise I won't do it again." Every time Chu Yang did something shocking, it was just a shock to Chu Na. "Didn't you say that you won't do it again?" The more Chu Na thought about it, the angrier she became. "I'll let you do it again and again." When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but be stunned. Then they burst into laughter. Chu Yang was indeed powerful, but in front of his elder sister, he had turned into a little lamb. Hearing the laughter, Chu Na was annoyed. She had to take Chu Yang's face into consideration. She said hatefully, "Come in." She was walking toward Chu Yang's courtyard when suddenly a voice came from midair, causing her to stop in her tracks. "Chu Yang, the Divine Sun wants you to see him." The person who spoke was the one-armed burning heaven holy sun. The moment the burning heaven holy sun appeared, the entire place fell silent. Chapter 867. Who does he think he is? Why does he have to ask me to see him? If you want to see me, come here yourself. Chu Yang coldly looked at him. The moment he opened his mouth, the noisy crowd suddenly became silent. Everyone in the Five Elements sect knew about the grudge between Chu Yang and the Five Elements Divine Child. Chu Yang had been forced to kneel. How could such a humiliation be forgiven? At that time, Chu Yang had just entered the Five Elements sect, and no one had taken him seriously. The Five Elements Divine Child was naturally the same. But today, Chu Yang was so famous that everyone in the Eastern Barren Territory knew about him. The Five Elements Divine Child no longer had the right to order Chu Yang around. In fact, the Five Elements Divine Child should be ordered around by Chu Yang. Yet, the Five Elements Divine Child still maintained such an attitude and assumed a high and mighty attitude. What kind of reaction would Chu Yang have? The answer was self-evident. Furthermore, the Five Elements Divine Child's attitude showed that he had no intention of reconciling with Chu Yang. If he wanted to reconcile with Chu Yang, he shouldn't have such an attitude. After all, Chu Yang wasn't inferior to the Five Elements Divine Child. To be precise, the Five Elements Divine Child was inferior to Chu Yang. Now, most people in the Five Elements sect believed that the Five Elements Divine Child should be Chu Yang and definitely not the Five Elements Divine Child. At that moment, everyone in the Five Elements sect realized that a great battle was about to happen and that one side would probably die. As for who would die, most people believed that it would be the Five Elements Divine Child and definitely not Chu Yang. Chu Yang, don't be ignorant. This is the Divine Child's last kindness. The burning sky, Saint said again. Everyone was shocked and stunned. How bold! Chu Yang was already angry, yet he still dared to say such things to Chu Yang. Was the burning sky, Saint's brain, completely rusty? Was he trying to put on airs in front of Chu Yang and use a superior tone? Was he courting death? Just as expected, everyone suddenly felt a gust of wind blow, and a figure flashed before their eyes. Then, they saw that Chu Yang had already grabbed the burning sky, Saint Sun's neck, and lifted him up. In front of Chu Yang, the burning heaven holy sun was like an ant, nothing at all. This was Chu Yang's prestige. He killed the Soul Devourer clan and 1,000 demon sects evildoers, bullied and humiliated the fiend race, killed Wasteland Demon Prince and Sea God's Child, forging a legend. How could a deity-like figure be looked down upon? However, no one thought that his actions were excessive. Instead, they thought that it was only natural. Everyone's expressions fell into Chu Na's eyes, and she couldn't help but be absent-minded. In the past, she would never have imagined this. If the Five Elements Divine Child was like this, she would have taken it for granted. But today, this person had become her little brother, Chu Yang, her little brother. Her little brother was already on par with the Five Elements God. No, her little brother was now even more superior than the Five Elements God. Who does he think he is? How dare he be so impudent to Senior Brother Chu? Half a year ago, he could still bully Senior Brother Chu. But half a year later, he doesn't even know what kind of person Senior Brother Chu is. Does he still think that Senior Brother Chu is the same person who could be bullied half a year ago? He doesn't know what he's talking about. Even half a year ago, he wasn't Senior Brother Chu's match. If it wasn't for the sentencing elder, he would already be a dead man. Now, he dares to clamor at Senior Brother Chu. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. The Five Elements Divine Child has gone too far. The burning sky Saint Sun was already suffocating from being choked. When everyone's discussion fell into his ears, and the gazes that looked like they were looking at an idiot, he felt fear, anger, and humiliation. However, he had no time to think about that. Ha! Chapter 868. Hiss. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. No way. Chuyang isn't just going to teach the burning sky Saint a lesson. He's going to choke him to death. However, their surprise quickly disappeared. What was wrong with that? Who would dare to stop him? The peak masters, elders, and even the Five Elements sect master, if they were to step out to stop him, they would have to consider whether they were powerful enough first. Chuyang killed elders like he was killing chickens. The Soul Devourer clan was the best example. If they angered Chuyang, he might even kill everyone in the Five Elements sect. Bang! Just as the burning sky saint was about to be choked to death, everyone suddenly saw a figure streaking across the sky and arriving in an instant. Then, they heard a muffled sound, and then an incomparably dazzling light pierced their eyes. A huge aftershock rushed out, and the people who were caught off guard were directly swept away. Fortunately, the sudden exchange of blows occurred in midair. Otherwise, the people below might have died. After the explosive blow, there was no follow-up. The light dissipated, and the aftershock subsided. In midair, Chuyang was still choking the burning sky saint with one hand. Opposite him was a handsome young man. He stood tall in the void, and his cold eyes were like swords as he stared at Chuyang. This person's face was extremely pale, so pale that it was a bit sickly. He was handsome, and his clothes were gorgeous. He lived like a prince, and his aura was oppressive. The Five Elements divine child. The people of the Five Elements sect had the same question. This person seemed to be the Five Elements divine child. After all, apart from the Five Elements divine child, no one dared to attack Chuyang. However, the Five Elements divine child in their impression didn't seem to be like this. Although this person looked very similar to the Five Elements divine child in their impression, his aura was completely different, especially the kind of whiteness on his face, which they had never seen before. Chuyang naturally knew about this point. In fact, he knew it better than anyone else. Before leaving the Five Elements sect, the Saint Child had told Chuyang that there were real and fake Five Elements divine children, and that they were twins. On Emperor Island, after Chuyang had collected the souls of Slave 1 and the other 2, he had a clearer understanding of this. The person in front of him was the Five Elements divine son, who was also their young master. Bang! Chuyang directly twisted the burning Heaven Holy Son's neck and threw him to the side as if he was throwing garbage. He sneered and said, "Speaking of which, I should have enmity with your twin brother Jun Wudao." "What? You want to take the blame for your brother? Jun Wudao?" Because the burning sky saint's son had been killed, the coldness in the Five Elements divine child's eyes became even colder. A wisp of black hair seemed to appear on his pale face. However, his voice was still extremely calm, without the slightest bit of anger. It was as if it was very difficult for a person with extremely good manners to be angry. "You'd better watch your tone when talking to me." The people of the Five Elements sect were shocked again. The Five Elements divine child was too arrogant. However, if it was before, they definitely wouldn't have reacted like this. Good reminder. Chuyang smiled mockingly and said, "You'd better watch your tone when talking to me. Who was more honorable? Who was more arrogant? You want to compete with me in this?" Jun Wudao understood Chuyang's mockery. His pupils couldn't help but shrink. A cold light flashed as he said in a cold voice, "You've obtained the inheritance of Emperor Island?" "TCH." Chuyang sneered in his heart. "You think I'm Xiao Guai, and I'll answer whatever you ask. What do you think? Seems like you've obtained the inheritance of Emperor Island and considered yourself the successor of the great emperor in the Eastern Wilderness. What do you think?" He wanted to confirm whether Chuyang had obtained the inheritance of Emperor Island or not. However, Jun Wudao didn't get anything. He only got this "what do you think?" Just this sentence alone. What could he tell from it? What could he tell from it? "Since you've been to Emperor Island, then you should know my identity now." Jun Wudao put on a superior attitude again and said majestically, "I'll give you one last chance. Submit to me." There were many meanings in this sentence. Since you know that I'm the successor of the great emperor in the Eastern Wilderness, then you should know that you're nothing in front of me. At the same time, you should know how much power I have in the entire Eastern Wilderness. The Soul Devourer clan and Thousand Demon sect are just the tip of the iceberg. If Chu Yang hadn't taken the souls of Slave 1 and the other 2, he wouldn't have understood the meaning in this sentence. You're the successor of the great emperor in the Eastern Wilderness. Chu Yang sneered and said, for the sake of the great emperor in the Eastern Wilderness, I'll give you one last chance. Admit your mistakes honestly, put down your knife, and repent sincerely. The successor of the great emperor in the Eastern Wilderness. Chapter 869. The descendants of the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness had become notorious after news of what had happened on Emperor Island spread to the Eastern Wilderness. The Soul Devourer clan was controlled by the descendants of the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. The Thousand Demon sect was controlled by the descendants of the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. In other words, the Soul Devourer sect and the Thousand Devil sect had slaughtered millions of people in a frenzy, and it was all done by the descendants of the Eastern Wasteland great emperor. Moreover, it was said that this was only the surface, and many shocking things had yet to be revealed. Jun Wudao didn't expect that not only was Chu Yang not afraid of him, but that he would suddenly give him such a heavy blow. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Yang. Could it be that he still doesn't know my secret strength? No. Jun Wudao immediately denied it. He has the Soul Devourer gourd and collected the souls of Slave 1 and the others. He should know a lot. He's clearly looking down on me. Killing intent surged in Jun Wudao's heart, causing the surroundings to turn cold as if winter had arrived. Chu Yang smiled. Jun Wudao, did I poke at your sore spot? You want to kill me? Are you trying to slander me? Hearing Jun Wudao's extremely cold voice, Chu Yang suddenly smiled and looked Jun Wudao up and down. Then he said, interesting. You don't even recognize your own ancestors. You're really ruthless. After a pause, Chu Yang sighed again. The descendants of the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. What an honorable identity. You used to be proud of it, but now you use it as a disgrace and cover up in every way possible. If the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness knew about this, how complicated would he feel now? Boom! Jun Wudao's body suddenly exploded with a shocking aura. The air in the void surged like waves, and the wind raged. A pair of eyes like a poisonous snake stared at Chu Yang. You're angry, but aren't I speaking the truth? Or rather, you're blaming me for all of this. Chu Yang sneered. Paper can't wrap fire. What you did, even if it wasn't because of me, do you think it could be a secret forever? Jun Wudao was like a capricious ocean. Just a moment ago, she was like a tsunami, but all of a sudden, she calmed down. However, her voice was still cold. Chu Yang, you plan to continue slandering me, but have you thought about the consequences? Haha. Chu Yang suddenly laughed out loud. Jun Wudao, it's too late. You've already confessed. You're not that weak, but the place I'm poking is really a sore spot for you, so it's normal for you to be angry. Then he paused, looked at Jun Wudao, and said word by word, Jun Wudao, you lost your manners. Jun Wudao didn't have any fierce reaction. She said indifferently, the innocent knows that they are innocent, and the muddy knows that they are muddy. You don't intend to make a move now, do you? Chu Yang glanced at Jun Wudao coldly. Then get lost. Get lost. Like a clap of thunder, it rumbled and resounded throughout the Five Elements sect, making the whole world quiet. At this moment, the people of the Five Elements sect finally saw Chu Yang's flamboyant, majestic, and arrogant side. When the scene of Chu Na twisting his ear and slapping his head fiercely appeared, they seemed to have a general idea of Chu Yang's character. He was just like them. You want to die early, don't you? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound in the void. There was no wind around Jun Wudao, but her long hair was fluttering in the air. Behind her, there were already 3 divine bridges, one on her body and the other in the void, connecting her with the whole world. Chapter 870. Spirit Realm, 3rd Level. The Five Elements child, Jun Wu Dao, was already at the third level of the spirit realm. Could he be on par with the sect master of the Five Elements sect and the other old monsters in the eastern wilderness? This was too shocking. On the other hand, when everyone looked at Chu Yang again, they realized that Chu Yang only had the aura of an ascending soul realm. One was at the third level of the spirit realm, while the other was only at the ascending soul realm. This gap was too big. Disregarding everything else, the soul will realm had 9 small realms. It was like 9 heavenly motes. How could the two be compared? However, in the end, the one that shocked the Five Elements sect the most was still Chu Yang. The Five Elements child, Jun Wu Dao, being at the third level of the spirit realm, was shocking. However, Chu Yang, with a mere ascending soul realm cultivation, was able to kill the Soul Devourer clan and the 1,000 demon sect soul will realm elders. It was even more shocking and inconceivable that he had shocked the entire eastern wilderness. They couldn't imagine how Chu Yang had done it. It wasn't hard to understand that a flood dragon had transformed into a true dragon. However, it was inconceivable that a bug had killed a true dragon. In comparison, Jun Wu Dao was like a transparent crystal without any secrets. On the other hand, Chu Yang was a mystery, a godlike mystery. This, Chu Yang's disdain, made everyone come back to their senses. Jun Wu Dao, you can make your move now. Chu Yang hooked his finger at Jun Wu Dao. Let me show you what fear is. Jun Wu Dao's sickly pale face flickered between light and dark. The light in her eyes flickered between anger and shock. Could it be that this bastard has sensed something? Provoking me again and again, humiliating me. At this point, if I don't take action, my prestige will fall to the ground, and my face will be lost. His heart was unsettled. He gritted his teeth and shouted in his heart, "Control, I must control myself." This despicable schemer is very good. He has taken the souls of Slave 1 and the others, so he might have already smelled something. If I fall for his scheme, it might cause a series of reactions. At that time, Jun Wu Dao quickly restrained herself and said in a cold voice, "Chu Yang, it's not a problem if you want to have a life and death battle with me, but don't speak empty words to me. Have you asked your 2 masters?" The 2 masters that Chu Yang referred to were naturally the Supreme Elder and the Golden Elder. Jun Wu Dao's words made sense. If the 2 of them had a life and death battle, the Great Elder and the Golden Elder would intervene at the last moment. What you said makes a lot of sense. Chu Yang was a little surprised. Jun Wu Dao was too good at enduring. At that moment, he sneered again. "Don't you want to go back and ask your father? My dear father, can I fight with others?" Ha! His words were too sarcastic. Many of the people of the Five Elements sect could not help but burst into laughter, making Jun Wu Dao's pale face instantly turn red. "I won't waste my breath on you. After you get the permission of your 2 masters, come and find me. I will tell you how to write the word death." Jun Wu Dao was almost burned to death by his own anger. He could not stay there for a moment, so he left immediately and disappeared in an instant. But very quickly, a loud boom was heard from the Five Elements Divine Child's Hall. The people of the Five Elements sect looked in that direction and saw smoke and dust rising into the sky. They could not help but laugh. The Five Elements Divine Child must have been so angry that his lungs were about to explode, but he forced himself to hold it in. He was obviously very afraid of Chu Yang. Or perhaps he was afraid of Chu Yang. Chapter 871. I think the Five Elements Divine Child must be afraid of Senior Brother Chu. That goes without saying. How famous is Senior Brother Chu? Moreover, he earned his fame through killing, unlike the Five Elements Divine Child who only knows how to be arrogant. You didn't see the Five Elements Divine Child expression just now. It was as if he had eaten a pile of shit, but he was still holding on. He's overestimating himself. Senior Brother Chu is no longer someone he can handle, and he still dares to put on airs. When a wall is down, everyone kicks it. When a drum is broken, everyone beats it. The world was always like this. Chu Yang didn't care, but he felt that the Five Elements Divine Child, Jun Wu Dao's reaction was a bit strange. At Jun Wu Dao's age, she was able to endure his sarcasm. It was really unusual for her to be able to endure it. Her mentality was certainly not bad. Could it be that he's really afraid of me? Chuyang thought to himself. It's possible, but the probability isn't too high. He has the ability to challenge me with his spirit realm level 3 cultivation. After all, this isn't Emperor Island, and his realm can't be suppressed. Then this is strange. Chuyang did know a lot, but unfortunately, Slave 1 and the other two only knew bits and pieces. After all, their focus was on Emperor Island. The Soul Devourer clan and the Thousand Demon sect are part of their plan. Originally, they wanted to throw these two out to win fame and reputation, but I've already ruined it. In addition, the matter of Emperor Island has been confirmed, so they should have a new plan. Chuyang frowned. If the Soul Devourer clan and the Thousand Demon sect could be controlled by the descendants of the Eastern Wilderness's great emperor, then the Five Elements sect, the Longhu sect, and the Seven Stars sect could also be controlled by them. At the very least, they must have been heavily infiltrated. The traces of the Five Elements sect being infiltrated were very obvious. The core formation was almost controlled by the Soul Devourer clan. Chuyang could imagine that the Seven Stars sect and the Longhu sect were probably the same. He even suspected that the descendants of the Eastern Wilderness's great emperor had already controlled the Longhu sect. This was because the Longhu sect and the Soul Devourer clan had a history together. Wei, Wu, Qi, and Daehan. What about these for countries? But have they been infiltrated or controlled by the descendants of the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness? Suddenly, Chuyang shuddered. The descendants of the Eastern Wilderness's great emperor. Such a glorious identity has become a disgrace. Then, the descendants of the Eastern Wilderness's great emperor can only abandon or create a new great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. Only then can they restore their past glory. Today, the Five Elements divine child, Jun Wudao, was cutting off his identity as the descendant of the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. Gradually, Chuyang felt that the fog in front of him was dispelled completely, and he could see clearly in front of him. The descendants of the great emperor of the Eastern Wasteland may be planning to unify the Eastern Wasteland again. If that was the case, the descendants of the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness would be making a big move. I'm afraid I've already been targeted by them. I need to be prepared. Although Chuyang had something on his mind, he still smiled. After the people of the Five Elements sect left, he, the Zither Melody Saint, and the others partied to their heart's content. During this time, Chuna had secretly asked Chuyang if he was confident. His answer had been very relaxed. That night, after having a good time, Chuyang left the Five Elements sect and headed to Emperor Island to find the Guardian there. The next day, he returned to the Five Elements sect and entered the Huanma Mystic Zone without anyone knowing. When Chuyang came to the Huanma Mystic Zone again, he couldn't help but recall the time when he had participated in the entrance examination. And Dihu had sent people to kill him, and Xiaopi had chased after him. Everything that had happened that day was a little blurry. Chuyang had come here again because of the mysterious person he had met in the Huanma Mystic Zone. At that time, the mysterious person had given him the pentagram anti-heaven star for no reason. Chapter 872. Chuyang released his spiritual power without limit. He tried to find Mysterious Man, but to no avail. The Huanma secret territory was not small. Although Chuyang's spiritual power was strong, it was still extremely difficult for him to find the Mysterious Man, especially if the Mysterious Man was deliberately hiding. The result was more or less the same. However, as soon as he gave up, a voice sounded in his mind. Little friend, I didn't expect you to improve so quickly. Now you're already famous in the Eastern Wilderness. Looks like I didn't misjudge you that day. Along with this voice, the Mysterious Man appeared in Chuyang's spiritual perception. Then, he appeared in front of Chuyang. He was elegant and calm. It was the kind of calmness that came from going through hardships in life and death. Senior, I have something to ask. Chuyang said respectfully. Ask. Now you're qualified to ask and know. The Mysterious Man's voice was very gentle. He looked at Chu Yang with more admiration and fondness. Chu Yang could clearly sense that the mysterious man had no ill intentions toward him. He was even more respectful. "Senior, who are you? Are you a senior in the sect?" The mysterious man smiled and said, "You noticed the abnormality of the 5 Elements sect when you first entered. I'm far inferior to you in this aspect." After a pause, he said again, "As for now, I'm afraid you already know what you need to know. I don't need to say more." Chu Yang smiled bitterly. "Senior, you think too highly of me. If I knew, I wouldn't have come looking for you. Senior, please tell me your identity." The mysterious man pointed at the pentagram anti-heaven star in Chu Yang's body. Whether it's the pentagram anti-heaven star or the 5 Elements heaven circulating ring, only the sect master of the 5 Elements sect can wield these 2 items. "Who do you think I am?" Chu Yang's eyes narrowed. "Senior, you guessed right. I'm the former sect master of the 5 Elements sect." The mysterious man smiled bitterly. "As for why I'm like this, I don't think I need to tell you the reason." Chu Yang nodded. If the mysterious man was the former sect master of the 5 Elements sect, then all his guesses were confirmed. "Senior, how many people in the sect know the specifics?" Chu Yang said, "The descendants of the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness have a bad reputation now. I have a premonition that they will make a big move." "Both of your masters know." The mysterious man teased Chu Yang. Chu Yang had never seen these 2 masters before. "If it wasn't for them hiding in the dark, I'm afraid I would have been discovered long ago." Chu Yang immediately frowned. He could hear the seriousness of the matter. The sect leader, the Grand Elder, and the Golden Elder were the 3 big shots of the 5 Elements sect. Since they knew about this, why didn't they set things right? It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he probably couldn't do it. Is the current 5 Elements sect master's cultivation very terrifying? Yes, very terrifying. The smile on the mysterious man's face had already disappeared. "He used to be my disciple. I was already no match for him a long time ago. A conservative estimate is that he's at least at the 3rd level of the soul fusion realm." Soul fusion realm cultivation. Chu Yang's eyes widened. The soul fusion realm was also known as the 2nd ascension realm, or the heaven realm. When the spirit and martial soul merged, not only would the martial soul improve, but it would also step into the heaven realm. There were 9 grades of the martial soul and 9 grades of the heaven realm. In the Eastern Wilderness, the soul fusion realm could be said to be an invincible existence. It was not impossible to unify the Eastern Wilderness. The most terrible thing is that he has the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor's Jade Seal. Chu Yang was no stranger to the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor's Jade Seal. He had heard about it when he was on Emperor Island. "Now we can only rely on you." Chu Yang almost knelt down when he heard this. He had just completed the 9 transformations of the Ascension Realm. How could he be a match for a Soul Fusion Realm? Suddenly, he understood what the former sect leader of the 5 Elements sect meant. Emperor's Island. Chapter 873. Rely on me? Chu Yang smiled bitterly in the end. "Senior, then there's no hope. In Emperor Island, the descendants of the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor have all moved away. If they can't pry it open, I can't pry it open either. The Eastern Wilderness Pagoda is a saint artifact. I can't even activate it." The former 5 Elements sect master didn't seem surprised at all. "Then you don't have to worry about it. I'll deal with that traitor. You do what you need to do." Chu Yang was delighted to hear this. Even if the sky fell, someone would shoulder it. He couldn't help but smile. "Senior, you're not an incompetent person. I'm an incompetent person. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state because of these rats." The former 5 Elements sect master sneered. "Now that I've become a rat, let's see if they're incompetent." The reason why the descendants of the great Eastern Wasteland Emperor were able to succeed time and time again was largely because they were in the dark, catching people off guard. Now, the former sect leader of the 5 Elements sect wanted to give them a taste of their own medicine. Chu Yang understood what he meant. "Next, many shocking things will happen. It'll be very interesting. I'm very curious to see how you'll react." As he spoke, he had already left. Although his figure had disappeared, His voice still floated in Chu Yang's ears. I have elders and brothers and sisters to take care of. I don't think this is interesting at all. Chu Yang smiled bitterly as he watched him leave. If he were to fail this time, his entire family would most likely suffer calamity. The third level of the soul amalgamation realm was a natural chasm. It was like a demonic mountain pressing down on his heart. Chu Yang felt that his entire body was extremely heavy. It was as if he couldn't take a step forward. He went through everything in his mind. He had no way to deal with his soul amalgamation realm expert. A grade 5 array master wouldn't do. At most, he could only deal with a soul amalgamation realm expert. Origin Martial Third Revolution, Chi Soul Third Revolution, Divine Soul Third Revolution, and 1,800 Dragon Power. This wasn't enough. The Path to Heaven, Reincarnation Divine Ability, and other divine abilities wouldn't do either. As for the 5-element Sex Mountain Protection Formation, if he could master it, he would have no problem dealing with his soul amalgamation realm expert. However, the other party was the sect master of the 5-element sect, the true controller of the Mountain Protection Formation. Although Chu Yang had partial control over the 5-element sect protective formation, it was impossible for him to control it completely. Not letting the other party drive the formation was already pretty good. Of course, he could also place his hopes on the former sect leader of the 5-element sect. However, that would be too passive. The only one you can rely on is yourself. Although this sentence was pessimistic and negative, Chu Yang always followed this sentence. I hope the divine devil martial spirit can give me some confidence. Chu Yang did not leave the illusory demon secret realm. Instead, he stayed inside and pondered over the divine devil martial spirit. This way, no one would know even if he made a big commotion. In a heavenly soul world, the martial spirit was the starting point of a martial artist. It was the most important fulcrum. Cultivation started from understanding one's martial spirit. The more one understood one's martial spirit, the faster one's martial arts progress. Chu Yang's 2 martial spirits had changed into a different state. Of course, he had to start from the beginning to understand them. In fact, he didn't even need to ponder over it. He could just use his divine devil martial spirit to deduce it. However, he always felt that if he did that, he would lack his own understanding and it wouldn't be perfect. Therefore, just like when he was a student, he tried to solve the problem. After he got his own answer, he would look at the answer. God. He believed that it was the purest, kindest, most righteous, and most holy. It was immortal and indestructible. It meant light, hope, and redemption. It was omnipotent. It was the gathering of all beautiful existences. It was one of the strongest points. Chapter 874. One God and one demon. Like yin and yang, like father and mother, heaven and earth, the two could be transformed. The eternal hell was where fallen gods were imprisoned and refined. The eternal heaven could also be corrupted, infiltrated, and even occupied by demons. The gods and demons could also be 2 incomparably powerful races, the god race and the demon race. It could also be a kind of religion, a kind of belief, or a kind of symbol. For example, Chu Yang believed that the devil was a symbol of freedom. The divine spirit and the devil spirit were just 2 words, but they carried too many meanings. After Chu Yang had his own answer, his consciousness moved, and when he was about to touch the 2 martial spirits, his soul was immediately divided into 2 parts by the divine spirit and the devil spirit. Instantly, in his consciousness, a world of light and a world of darkness, like yin and yang, like heaven and earth, appeared, and there was a supreme figure in each of them. The 2 were like yin and yang. The first thing that was touched by Chu Yang's body was not the god or demon, but the talent that he had obtained from devouring the desolate demon prince and the sea god's son. The secret energy in his body circulated, and spiritual energy surged out, forming a giant blackbird behind him. Whether this giant blackbird was the real Kuan Peng or not, Chu Yang did not have an answer before, but under the influence of the god and demon, he felt that it could be Kuan Peng. The Kuan was the yin, and the Peng was the yang. The combination of yin and yang was the Kuan Peng. After that, in his hands, the left hand was dark, and the right hand was light. One of them would show the dark demonic blade, and the other would show the divine sort of light. The wings of light against the wings of darkness. The divine spear of light against the spear of darkness. The armor of light against the armor of darkness. Light and darkness were new abilities in addition to the original abilities of the god and demon martial spirits. Light was only one of the god's abilities, and darkness was also only one of the demon's abilities. It could not replace both. As the god and demon martial spirits improved, Chu Yang would be able to obtain more abilities. Chu Yang's Destiny Twins martial spirits were not in the Tianhun world's martial spirit system. Chu Yang had long realized that after reaching the 9th stage of the Ascending Soul Realm, his two martial spirits would continue to improve. Wings of Darkness. Peng. Chu Yang began to test out these new abilities. With a thought, a pair of large wings appeared on his back. This pair of wings was pitch black and deep, like the darkest and deepest darkness in the world. On the dark wings, the figures of many demon gods appeared, and when they spread out, the aura of demons immediately rushed towards them. With the wings of darkness as the center, everything within a radius of 30 meters was shrouded in a pitch-black demonic mist. It was as if this pair of wings had brought the darkness of hell to the mortal world. Chu Yang tried to fuse the heavenly rock's feathers into the wings, but they were all repelled by the wings of darkness. It was as if the heavenly rock's feathers were not qualified to be associated with the wings. Chu Yang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. When the heavenly rock's feathers formed the heavenly rock's wings, its speed was not inferior to his path to heaven. As for the rank of the heavenly rock's feathers, he was still unclear. However, he was certain that it was definitely not inferior to a spirit stage artifact. However, the feathers left behind by a powerful gold rock bird from the big-winged gold rock bird were repelled by the wings of darkness. Could it be that the wings of darkness were this powerful? As the wings of darkness gently flapped, demonic aura surged. With a swoosh, Chu Yang was sent flying for an unknown distance. However, he could feel that the muscles on his body were about to be torn apart. Armor of Darkness. Chu Yang immediately used his devil martial spirit. Suddenly, with him as the center, a hellish whirlpool appeared. Under the high-speed whirlpool, a ferocious armor appeared and fell on the main parts of his body, forming an egg-shaped black light cover. It was airtight, and not even a drop of water could enter. With this level of protection, the feeling of his muscles being torn apart instantly disappeared. When the attacks landed on the armor, not only were they dissolved, the whirlpool even appeared and devoured them. Chu Yang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Who would be able to break through such an armor? It was simply the strongest protection. Under his careful observation, the protection formed by the Nine-Dragon Bell, a soul wheel stage artifact, was as weak as paper in front of the armor of darkness. It was too shocking. It was far beyond his imagination. Chapter 875. Chu Yang felt that his body was exuding a hellish aura, and his spirit was incomparably excited. Regardless of whether it was the wings of darkness or the armor of darkness, it was not something that could be casually condensed. Under the control of the devil martial spirit, the spirit chi in the body was transformed into devil chi. After going through various complicated circulation routes, the devil chi was emitted from the body's acupuncture points and finally condensed. Without the devil martial spirit, even if it was condensed, it would have no power at all. Dark Devil Saber. After feeling the terrifying speed and defense brought by the devil martial spirit, Chu Yang began to feel the terrifying attack power of the devil martial spirit. Buzz! With a buzzing sound, a black devil saber appeared in Chu Yang's hand. It was burning with raging black flames. It seemed to be the flames of the devil god's wrath. It contained the will to burn and destroy everything. Saber martial spirit. Chu Yang's mind moved, and the saber martial spirit fell into the hands of the devil martial spirit. In an instant, as if the devil god had broken out of the seal and was once again in control of his weapon. The dark devil saber actually emitted a sharp and incomparably fierce sound, as if it was the singing of the devil, but also the decadent sound of hell. Swish! Chu Yang brandished the dark devil saber in his hand, which was brimming with murderous aura. Suddenly, an incomparable secret power of annihilation swept out. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were chopping down. The void suddenly turned scarlet red. It seemed as if blood was floating in the air. It had completely dyed the world red. In the void, there was a dark devil light flashing, as if the void had been cut open, showing a space crack. The power was amazing, but there was no visual impact, as if nothing had happened when the saber was waved. Dark flying saber. The dark devil saber in Chu Yang's hand shrunk into a flying saber, and an even more intense hellish aura filled the air, and a drop of blood hung on the tip of the saber, as if it was a hellish whirlpool, or hell, and if one looked up, one soul would be sucked into hell. Dark flying saber, go. Rumble. The spirit chi in Chu Yang's body was boiling, and the billowing devil chi surged out. His whole person was like the incarnation of the devil god of hell. The flying saber flying technique was no longer the previous meteor flying saber technique, but the devil god of hell's body, throwing the flying saber. This was the dark flying saber, the flying saber of hell. Whoosh! The dark flying dagger tore through the sky and flew a few hundred meters before entering the mountain. The mountain was pierced through like a piece of paper, unable to stop the dark flying dagger. Although the flying dagger was small, after piercing through the mountain, it directly opened up a huge tunnel. The pitch-black hole even let out howling sounds at this time, as if there was a big howling abyss inside. Such power! With the speed and power of my throwing knife, I can instantly kill a spirit stage cultivator. There is no doubt about it. Chu Yang looked at the mountain again. Other than the pitch-black tunnel opened by the flying dagger, the surrounding mountain was also corroded by the devil chi on the flying dagger. It was full of holes. Such a scene made him even more certain of his judgment. It was just a mere flying dagger. The surface of contact was so small, but the area it covered was so huge. Needless to say, its lethality was even more shocking. It was as if a bullet had opened up a tunnel. Perhaps, with my assassination techniques, coupled with the Dark Devil Blade or the Divine Sword of Light, I can also assassinate a soul fusion realm expert. This thought appeared in Chu Yang's mind. Assassinate the sect master of the Five Elements sect. This idea was a bit crazy. If others knew that a mere ascending soul stage wanted to assassinate a soul fusion realm expert, they would definitely laugh their heads off. However, if Chu Yang's attack landed on the sect master, he could rely on the Divine Sword of Light or the Dark Devil Blade formed by his divine demon martial soul. Even if he couldn't kill the sect master, he would definitely be able to heavily injure the sect master. Chapter 876. Judging from the current situation, Chu Yang was confident. Whether it was the dark demonic blade or the dark flying dagger formed by the devil martial spirit, they were all extraordinary. Not only would they kill the body, but they would also injure the soul. The cries of hell, the cries of thousands of demons and devils. Under the impact, the mind would definitely be in great chaos, and even the soul would be destroyed. It was a double attack on the mind and the body. Chu Yang temporarily suppressed the thought of assassination and used the God martial spirit to form the wings of light, the armor of light, the divine sword of light, the flying dagger of light, etc., confirming that the power was equivalent to the devil martial spirit. However, after the idea of assassination was born, it could not be suppressed. If there is no other choice, I will carry out the assassination. Chu Yang finally made a decision. This way, he could not reveal the power of the divine demon martial spirit. Kuan Peng. He continuously integrated the talent he obtained from devouring the desolate demon prince and the sea god's son's monster cores. For a moment, the void behind him seemed to have turned into the North Sea. Chi waves surged like waves, and the sound of worship was incessant. In the middle, A Kuan fish seemed to be trying to transform into a Kuan pong. Shoo shoo shoo. The desolate demon prince's desolate demon bound naturally fell into Chu Yang's hands. He was also trying to use the god's arrow and the devil's arrow. The wings of darkness and wings of light condensed from the divine demon martial spirit couldn't be casually used. Aside from the assassination, if someone saw through the use of such martial arts, it was very likely that a great disaster would befall the martial artist. If he encountered a tricky situation, the desolate demon prince and the sea god son's methods should be enough to deal with it. The desolate demon prince and the sea god son's talent and martial arts were definitely the top in the entire eastern wilderness. Chu Yang practiced these in the Huanma boundary for 3 days. After he was extremely familiar with them, he left and returned to the Five Elements sect. In the courtyard, Chao Ju had been waiting for him for a long time. He had been coming for the past 3 days. Bastard Chu, you have completely underestimated people, Chao Ju said in a low voice. The sect leader has already passed down the words. No one can break the rules of the ancestors. Everything must be done according to the rules. Even you. If you want to challenge the Five Elements Divine Child, you must first have the qualifications to become a Divine Child. Therefore, you need to go through many tests, pass the tests of the disciples of the Five Elements sect, and gain their recognition. After a pause, he continued, in other words, if you want to fight the Five Elements Divine Child, not only do you have to participate in the True Disciple competition, but you also have to participate in the Saint Selection. In the end, you have to obtain the qualifications to become a deity before you can fight the Five Elements Divine Child and settle your grudge. According to the rules, Chu Yang's voice turned cold. Yes, Chao Ju nodded. That's what it means on the surface. In other words, my bet with the Five Element Divine Child has been taken as bullshit. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. The so-called rules were bullshit. In his previous life, those with good grades were guaranteed admission. If battle results were grades, with his current results, he would have been guaranteed admission, but he didn't even have the qualifications to do so. And in this world, could it be that the system was more perfect than the one in his previous life? Was that possible? Looks like they're scared, Chao Ju said. That's why they've done everything possible to prevent you from fighting with Jun Wudao. They've set up many obstacles. A few days ago, with Jun Wudao's attitude, do you think that's possible? Chu Yang sneered. These rats are just trying to achieve some unspeakable goal, such as finding out my background. If that's the case, whether it's the True Disciple competition or the Saint Selection, wouldn't it be interesting? Chapter 877. The sun rose from the east, signaling the beginning of a new day. Today, the Five Elements sect woke up earlier than usual. When the sun rose from the horizon, the entire Five Elements sect was already in an uproar. Did you hear? Yesterday, Senior Brother Chu said that the Five Elements Divine Child is just a coward and not worthy of being his opponent. I think the Five Elements Divine Child is scared, so he can only be a coward. Isn't that so? Senior Brother Chu is so ferocious. He has already destroyed the entire eastern wilderness. The Five Elements Divine Child made a wise choice. Losing face is better than losing life. Of course, there were those who supported and admired Chu Yang, and those who supported the Five Elements Divine Child. Naturally, there were also voices of opposition. Are you kidding? The Five Elements Divine Child has a shocking cultivation of Spirit Realm Level 3. He can already stand shoulder to shoulder with the Judiciary Elder and Supreme Elder. That's right. The Five Elements Divine Child has no reason to be afraid of Chu Yang. Chu Yang is indeed not qualified to challenge the Divine Child now. Senior Brother Chu is not qualified to challenge the Divine Child? Someone retorted, hee, I don't think so either. But I don't know why the Five Elements Divine Child obeyed when Senior Brother Chu told him to scram that day. I'm really curious about the reason. I'm curious too. The Five Elements Divine Child was fuming that day. Someone else mocked. What's the reason behind this? Wasn't he about to explode from anger? I think he wasn't about to explode from anger. He was probably overjoyed. What do you know? The divine child is cultivating the enduring divine art. He's about to succeed. How can he break it? Don't you think so? Ha! Those who supported Chu Yang mocked and ridiculed. They were so angry that those who supported the five elements divine child started to beat them up. The two sides started a fight, and it was very intense. However, the disciples of the five elements sect discussed even more enthusiastically. I heard that this is the sect master's intention. He said that Senior Brother Chu is not qualified to challenge the divine child. If Senior Brother Chu wants to challenge the five elements divine child, he has to follow the rules. He has to become a true disciple first, and then a saint. Only then will he be qualified to challenge the divine child. What a joke. In an instant, after many people heard this, they all felt that this was extremely inconceivable, and they all began to mock him. Is the sect leader a fool? Senior Brother Chu, what difference is there between killing the burning heaven saint's son and slaughtering a chicken or a dog? Such a character is actually participating in the true disciple competition. Isn't this deliberately humiliating Senior Brother Chu? He's definitely trying to embarrass Senior Martial Brother Chu. But who has the ability to embarrass Senior Martial Brother Chu? In the true disciple competition, who could be Senior Apprentice Brother Chu's opponent? And who dares to go up and be Senior Apprentice Brother Chu's opponent? This was especially true for the five element sect's disciples who were participating in the true disciple competition this time. They were the most dissatisfied. This is not only humiliating Senior Brother Chu, but also tormenting us. Once Senior Brother Chu goes up, all the attention will be on him. How will we have the chance to get the attention of the elders? You're right. There's no need for that at all. Senior Brother Chu doesn't need to be directly conferred the title of Divine Child, but he's definitely more than qualified to become a saint. This is the difference between being raised by a biological mother and being raised by a stepmother. Discussions were rampant, and the entire five elements sect could be seen whispering to each other. Among them, there were some who knew more, and were even more worried. If the five elements divine child was the descendant of the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness, then what about the sect master who was originally suspected by Chu Yang to be a spy of the Soul Devourer clan? If both were true, then it was simply a great terror. On this basis, the disciples of the five elements sect seem to have somewhat understood the order of the sect master of the five elements sect. Using the rules as an excuse to ask Chu Yang to participate in the true disciple competition, they were afraid that it was not that simple. There was definitely some kind of trick involved. As for what kind of trick it was, there was no way to know. Chapter 878. After that, the people of the five elements sect were shocked by even more shocking news. Emperor Wei of the Wei Nation was assassinated by an unknown person last night. Emperor Wu of the Wu Nation went missing for no reason. No one knows if he's dead or alive. Emperor Han of the Korean Nation was poisoned and is currently unconscious. After that, Emperor Qi died, the sect master of the Seven Stars sect died, and the sect master of the Longhu sect was ambushed by an unknown person. The sect master died, and many elders suffered heavy casualties. These news that could shake the Eastern Wilderness continued to spread. For a time, the entire five elements sect was on high alert as if they were facing a great enemy. Chu Yang felt it the most. He tried to control the mountain protection formation of the five elements sect, but he realized that many elders and peak masters of the five elements sect were paying attention to the mountain protection formation. They were very vigilant. As soon as he entered, he would be immediately discovered. In addition, he also remembered the last words of the former sect master of the five elements sect before he left. There should be many shocking things happening next. It will be very interesting. I'm very curious how you will react. He said that there were many shocking things. Are they the assassination of the four emperors of the four nations, the poisoning, and so on? Dark clouds were pressing down on the city, and the city was about to be destroyed. A storm was coming. After Chu Yang heard all kinds of shocking news, he felt that a great storm was brewing and was about to arrive. If the five elements sect was a city, then Wei Nation, Wu Nation, Korea, Chi Nation, and the Seven-Star Sect could also be said to be strongholds. The descendants of the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness seemed to be planning to uproot all the strongholds in the periphery before attacking the Five Elements sect. Among the major forces in the Eastern Wilderness, the Five Elements sect's foundation was undoubtedly the deepest and most powerful. This was generally acknowledged by most people in the Eastern Wilderness. In addition, Chu Yang had previously caused a ruckus in the Five Elements sect. He had removed many of the Soul Devourer clan's infiltration of the Five Elements sect, which alerted everyone in the Five Elements sect. He even named the sect master of the Five Elements sect and suspected that he was a spy of the Soul Devourer clan. In this way, it was not wrong to say that the Five Elements sect was the most difficult bone to chew for the descendants of the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. Chu Yang felt the danger, but there was nowhere to run. If he left the Five Elements sect now, he would probably not even have the chance to counterattack. The only thing he could do now was to cultivate and continue to cultivate. Lil Guai and the parrot also sensed that something was off. They didn't dare to make a ruckus next to Chu Yang, and just like Chu Yang, they were cultivating with all their might. Burning Heaven's holy sun, Chao Ju, and the silver wolf naturally smelled a great danger. In the Eastern Wilderness, perhaps only the descendants of the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness could kill the four emperors of the four countries. At this moment, they also realized how shocking the strength of the descendants of great emperors in the Eastern Wilderness was. Once they burst out, almost no one could stop them. As for Chu Yang's pressure, they were all too familiar with it. Not only did Chu Yang destroy many of the plans of the descendants of great emperors in the Eastern Wilderness, he even exposed the various ugly faces of the descendants of great emperors in the Eastern Wilderness. It could be said that the person that the descendants of great emperors in the Eastern Wilderness hated the most was definitely Chu Yang. After that, for the next 3 days, the atmosphere in the Five Elements sect was very oppressive, and as time passed silently, near noon on the fourth day, dang, 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 the extremely melodious sound of the bell resounded throughout the entire Five Elements sect, and every disciple of the Five Elements sect could hear it clearly. The sound of the bell caused many people in the Five Elements sect to be slightly stunned. Was this the right time to carry out the successor competition? At this moment, the Eastern Wilderness was in turmoil and chaos, and there were even enemies hiding in the dark who could launch an attack on the Five Elements sect at any time. The Seven-Star Sect and the Longhu Sect were examples. Dong, 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 dong. After the sound of the bell, the impassioned and intense rumbling of war drums resounded, causing the floating clouds in the sky to disperse. When the sound entered the ears of everyone in the Five Elements sect, it caused them to feel as if their blood was boiling. Bang! When Chu Yang heard the sound of the bell and drum, he woke up from his cultivation. His eyes suddenly opened, and immediately it was as if the heavens and hell had appeared, and light and darkness intertwined. His gaze looked towards the depths of the Five Elements sect. The successor competition has begun. I want to see what methods you have, and whether or not you can stop me. Little Guai, little bitch, let's go. Chapter 879. The Five Elements sect's annual True Disciple competition had begun. Many disciples of the Five Elements sect gathered from all directions, like a tide, like a school of fish, majestic and mighty. There was a special location for the True Disciple competition, the Five Elements sect's second-round venue. This was a small secret realm that could accommodate at least 500,000 people. At this moment, the second-round venue opened. The Five Elements sect's disciples entered from the four entrances of the east, west, north, and south. The scene was like thousands of fish trying to jump through the Dragon Gate, and the four entrances were like four Dragon Gates. Especially this year, it was even more popular than the previous years. If one wanted to find a reason, then Chu Yang's participation in this True Disciple competition should be the greatest reason. The structure of the second-round venue was very simple. If one looked down from midair, it was just a circle. The innermost circle was the main arena, and the outer one was the 100 subarenas connected to form a circle. Between the subarenas, there was a large gap, enough space for everyone to watch. It was the same between the main arena and the subarenas. Once the top 50 disciples were determined, these top 50 disciples would fight in the main arena. At that time, the 100 subarenas would become the spectator stands. There was also a circular platform floating above it, called the second round platform. The 5 elements sect master, the various peak masters, and many other elders would watch the battles from above. Whether it was the true disciple competition or the saint-child competition, the competition for the position of godchild would all be held here. The true disciple competition was not a competition between the 5 elements sect's true disciples, but a competition between the 5 elements sect's core disciples for the sake of becoming a true disciple. The true disciple competition was the saint-child competition. The core disciples of the 5 elements sect were the core disciples of the 5 elements sect. They were the middle level of the 5 elements sect. The number of people participating in the grand competition was not the most, but they received the most attention. The level of competition was also relatively high. Therefore, every time the true disciple grand competition was held, the 5 elements sect will be the most lively. When Chu Yang arrived, the entire second round hall was in an uproar. It was as if a huge pot of boiling water was boiling. The clamor seemed to have become visible. It was as if steam was rising from boiling water. Chu Yang's eyesight was very good. He looked at the 2 round platforms and discovered that the successor disciple competition this time was hosted by 3 peak masters of the 5 inner peaks and 2 peak masters of the outer peaks. There were 3 peak masters of the 5 inner peaks. Wood element peak master, Chao Ju's father, Chao Rong, and water element peak master, Lu Tianrue. There was another person that Chu Yang didn't recognize, but he sensed that the metal spirit qi in his body was very strong. He should be the peak master of the metal peak, by Sansi. Chu Yang was very familiar with the 2 peak masters of the outer peak, Sui Yunfu and Long Feast. The adjudicating elder, the sect leader of the 5 elements sect, and the others were not present. If his guess was correct, they should have gone to deal with the recent major events in the Eastern Wilderness. Senior Brother Chu is here. Look, Senior Brother Chu is here. Chu Yang's appearance was immediately noticed by everyone. Instantly, countless gazes were cast on him. I didn't expect that Senior Brother Chu would actually come to participate in the successor competition. This is too excessive, and it's also too unfair to us. That's right. With Senior Brother Chu's ability, there's no need for him to participate in the successor competition. Senior Brother Chu, he also has no other choice. The sect leader said that according to the rules, what can he do? Unless he rebels. Discussions were everywhere. It was still the topic that the 5 elements sect's people were discussing, but now it seemed to be even more intense. Swish, swish, swish. Chao Ju, Silver Wolf, Jean Duoduo, and Chu Rinqian's group, as well as many people from the East Arrival Pavilion and the original Coiling Dragon Martial Institution, all leaned towards Chu Yang. Big Bastard Chu, you are purely here to bully others. Big Monster Chu, the time for you to be the center of attention has come again. But do you think it's meaningful to always be the center of attention? Being unrivaled in the world, lonely as snow. This feeling is definitely not good. You will no longer have the chance to play the pig to eat the tiger and cheat others. Chapter 880. When the parrot heard this, it glanced over with disdain, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. My master, who is blessed by the heavens, has long disdained such low-level interests. It is too degrading. The 2 things that I'm talking about, your thoughts must follow. Don't speak nonsense and embarrass my lord. This parrot was really not a plaything. Jean Duo sized up the parrot. I finally know why you are hairless. There's a reason behind it. The Silver Wolf also smirked. You have to pay attention to strategy when pursuing a female parrot. You're too anxious. The parrot was sad. Was this bird willing to do that? However, it did not show any weakness verbally. What do you know? In my master's words, this is called not taking the normal path. That is what he wants you to say. Huh. The silver wolf and the rest burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? The parrot was furious. Did they think that this divine bird was easy to bully? Its featherless wings agilely poked the silver wolf and the rest. You actually did not kneel in front of my master. You are all guilty of the most heinous crimes. Why are you still not kneeling? The parrot was pretending to be Chu Yang. Jean Duo and the silver wolf immediately took action to deal with the parrot. Immediately, there was chaos. Everyone looked sideways at this scene. Chu Yang felt countless gazes sweeping over him. Some gazes were like sharp arrows, as if they wanted to pierce through Chu Yang and kill him. Chu Yang's divine senses were very sharp. He did not need to look to know who they were. The so-called son of the Five Elements sect, Junjian Tian, the peak lord of the water element peak, Lu Tianrui, and the others. How many people liked you? How many people hated you? Chu Yang didn't care. His focus wasn't on these people. The Five Elements sect's sovereign wasn't here at the moment. But he would definitely show up when the battle between him and Jun Wudao came to a conclusion and decided their life and death. In addition, he was also slightly surprised. Junjian Tian's cultivation level rose very quickly. Chu Yang sensed that his cultivation level was at least at the 8th level of the soul reincarnation realm. Clang, clang, clang. The bell on the second round platform rang, and the entire place became silent. After that, the true disciple competition officially began. One name after another was called out, and very quickly, each and every disciple ascended the corresponding stage according to their own identity card. In an instant, 100 arenas were competing at the same time. The scene was extremely spectacular, but it was not chaotic at all. The strength of the disciples fighting in the 100 arenas varied, and the speed at which victory was decided was also different. Therefore, the progress of the 100 arenas was completely different. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Yang heard his name being called. Arena number 100, Chu Yang. An aged voice rang out from the 100th arena. The host of the 100th arena was an old man who was about 56 years old. He deliberately emphasized, and his voice was especially vigorous, causing the entire second arena to suddenly fall silent. Boom! After that, the crowd surged like a tide, crazily rushing towards the 100th arena. As for the other arenas, all of them became empty. Even the battles in the remaining 99 arenas were completely stopped at this moment. The gazes of the disciples who were competing in the arenas all landed on the 100th arena. Among them, there was no lack of people who directly gave up on the battle and ran over to watch. The other arenas in the 100th arena had already started their battles. Swish! Chu Yang's figure moved and directly landed on the 100th arena. He bowed to the old man in the 100th arena and then stood tall on the arena. Yi Jian, please come up to the arena. Ha! The moment the old man's voice fell, a loud laughter instantly rang out. Ha! It's actually me, Yi Jian. This is simply heaven-defying luck. The laughter did not stop. A young man of about 25 years old with peach blossom eyes instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Chapter 881. Boom! Hearing this, the crowd went into an uproar, feeling that it was unbelievable. There was actually someone who dared to question Chu Yang, provoking Chu Yang. Who is this person, daring to boast so shamelessly? Is he crazy? He's not crazy. I think there's something wrong with his brain. He's courting death, daring to say such words. The more arrogant he is now, the more ugly his death will be. It was one-sided. Everyone thought that this young man was overestimating himself. If you think you have the ability to challenge Chu Yang, you can fight with Chu Yang. Even if you lose, Chu Yang won't do anything. However, since you're so arrogant, provoking others the moment you get on the stage, how can Chu Yang not teach you a lesson? Isn't that Li Tianliang from the Water Element Peak? He's only at the first level of the soul reincarnation realm. Not enough. Where did he get the confidence to say such words? What bullshit confidence does he have? He's not even my opponent. I think he's just cannon fodder, sent to die. The water element peak's peak lord, Lu Tianrui, is not on good terms with senior brother Chu. Could he be sent up as cannon fodder? But isn't such a thought too stupid? Is this thing good enough? Li Tianliang, a core disciple of the water element peak? Chu Yang couldn't help but squint his eyes. He couldn't see through his opponent's methods. This Li Tianliang was too weak. Oomph. At this moment, Chu Yang heard this, and Li Tianliang snorted. So what if I lose? So what if I'm taught a lesson? At least I have the courage to challenge. Do you? Who are you mocking now? Li Tianliang's voice was powerful, provoking everyone. When he looked at Chu Yang again, his expression was filled with mockery. Chu Yang, so what if I'm provoking you? It's just a beating, a lot of serious injuries. What can you do to me? Or, if it doesn't work, I'll just admit defeat. What can you do to me? Only then did Chu Yang understand. The other party seemed to be planning to use Li Tianliang to lead the five-element sex group to provoke Chu Yang. With Li Tianliang taking the lead, the people behind him felt even less pressure. After all, it was only the true disciple competition. It was impossible for Chu Yang to take their lives. Furthermore, even if Li Tianliang and the others lost to Chu Yang, it would not be a loss of face. Moreover, they did not need to win. If they could withstand a few moves from Chu Yang, it would be enough to brag for a while. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Pa pa pa. The monotonous sound of applause suddenly rang out. When everyone heard the sound, they realized that it was Chu Yang who was clapping on the stage. Their hearts couldn't help but tremble as they thought to themselves, this Li Tianliang is finished. You're right. As a man, you should have courage. I admire your courage. Chu Yang smiled and said, if I were you, I would also think that this is a great opportunity. It could even be said to be a blessing from heaven. Oomph. Li Tianliang snorted coldly and said, Chu Yang, who are you mocking? The outcome is hard to predict. Even if I lose, what can you do? Unscrupulous. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Chu Yang sneered in his heart. However, it was really not good for him to kill Li Tianliang. After all, it was only the true disciple competition. If he killed Li Tianliang, his reputation would be a little bad. At this moment, Chu Yang's perception was very sharp. He noticed that on the stage, Water Element Peak's Peak Master Lu Tianrui and Metal Element Peak Master by Sansi had already revealed smiles on their faces. Obviously, they were very satisfied with Li Tianliang's performance. Chapter 882. Chu Yang's expression didn't change. With a faint smile on his face, he said to the old man on the stage, Senior, can we start now? Seeing Chu Yang smile, Chao Ju, Silver Wolf, and Jin Duo were already mourning for Li Tianliang. You dare to play such a small trick in front of that bastard Chu Yang? I'll teach you how to write the word regret in a minute. Ga. The parrot laughed weirdly. It poked Li Tianliang with its wings and laughed loudly. That thing, you're finished. You're completely finished. This divine bird promises you that you'll want to die a horrible death later. Ga. Once the parrot spoke, the entire place went silent. It was as if everyone was thinking about how Chu Yang would deal with Li Tianliang later. Li Tianliang's loss was a sure thing. There was no need to think about it. The key was how to make Li Tianliang regret it. Regret it so much that they wanted to know how to write the word regret. Humph. Li Tianliang beat his chest and said with disdain and pride, Come, let your grandpa Li see what you're capable of. If you can use it, I'll take it all. If I frown, I'm your grandson. Can you not insult my grandson? My grandson won't be like you. You're always a fool. Ha! Chao Ju and the others all laughed. You're courting death, Buzz. Li Tianliang instantly released his own domain. The purple domain enveloped Chu Yang. Chu Yang allowed the purple domain to envelop him. A domain of the first level of the soul will realm was just a piece of paper in front of him. Chi. Chu Yang flicked his finger continuously. Rays of light shot out and pierced towards Li Tianliang. Li Tianliang was shocked. He retracted his domain and tried to block it. However, the rays of light pierced through his domain and landed on his body. At the same time, Li Tianliang suddenly realized that there was a shadow under his feet. He didn't know when it had taken control of him. Chi chi chi. The shadow turned into black rays of light and landed on Li Tianliang's body. Together with the rays of light, they controlled Li Tianliang. At first glance, Li Tianliang seemed to be a puppet in the hands of Chu Yang. At this moment, Li Tianliang also found that he was completely out of control. His soul and body seemed to be completely separated by something. Now, he couldn't speak, and he couldn't even move his eyes. Li Tianliang, I believe you when you say you're a man. Chu Yang smiled and said, You said that it's a great fortune to be able to fight me first, and I agree. For such a brave and intelligent child like you, I will definitely not be stingy with my rewards. Therefore, I plan to teach you a peerless divine technique. This divine skill is called the left and right inter-fighting technique. I will teach you now. Draw a circle with your left hand and a square with your right. Li Tianliang did as he was told and couldn't resist at all. His body didn't listen to him at all, even if he was struggling. His pupils started to tremble. What kind of sorcery is this? Is the puppet sorcery of the divine command peak so terrifying? This was also the question and shock of many of the five elements sect's disciples present. Sui Yinfu also narrowed his eyes at this moment. As the peak master of the divine command peak, he was naturally proficient in the puppet's sorcery and beast-taming technique. However, Chu Yang's technique was even more brilliant than his. He directly turned a living person into a puppet. Very good, you've done very well. You're too talented, Chu Yang said excitedly in a loud voice. A genius like you is hard to come by in 1,000 years. I'm actually lucky enough to meet a genius like you. Therefore, no matter what, I will definitely do my best to teach you. I won't hesitate to work hard. Chao Ju and the rest were already speechless. They could guess the result, but not the process. The entire place was dead silent. There wasn't a trace of sound, so much so that the strange laughter of the parrot was especially loud. Kiki, a peerless genius. You must practice such a peerless divine technique well. Don't let down my master's kindness. You are indeed a peerless genius. After that, Chu Yang cried out in surprise again. In the first stage, you have to draw a square with your left hand and a circle with your right hand. You actually did it in such a short time. It's simply unbelievable. I feel like I'm dreaming. Such a peerless genius. Such a peerless genius. Li Tianliang was probably going to cry. Chapter 883. Peerless Genius. Let's begin the second stage of the left-right inter-combat technique. Right hand slap the left cheek. Left hand slap the right cheek. Slap. Li Tianliang slapped the left side of his face as if he wanted to kill his father's murderer. Everyone felt their faces hurt, and even their ears were buzzing. Stars appeared in their eyes. Slap. Then, Li Tianliang seemed to see his son's murderer again as he slapped the right side of his face. Then, both of his enemies seemed to be swollen from the slaps and looked like they were about to explode. Yes, that's it. Peerless genius. You really are a peerless genius. You're too talented. I'm afraid I'll never meet someone as talented as you again in my life. Chu Yang clapped and encouraged him. Peerless genius, please keep up the good work. The time for you to unify the Eastern Wilderness is coming. When that time comes, everyone will definitely see your supreme demeanor and peerless appearance. Everyone will definitely be deeply impressed by you. Slap, slap, slap. Li Tianliang kept slapping his face. His teeth were falling out, his ears were going deaf, and his eyeballs were hurting. He had originally thought that if he couldn't take it anymore, he would immediately admit defeat. But now, he was even deprived of the right to speak. The crisp sound was extremely clear in the silent second-round arena, but no one sympathized with Li Tianliang. Li Tianliang was too arrogant just now. Not to mention that Chu Yang's name had shaken the Eastern Wilderness, and the things he had done were earth-shattering. A few days ago, he had directly killed the burning sky holy sun. You should know what's good for you. Moreover, intervening in the battle between Chu Yang and the five elements divine child was even more foolish. Therefore, Li Tianliang deserved what had happened to him now. Even the five elements divine child was afraid of Chu Yang. Where did Li Tianliang get the courage to challenge Chu Yang's might? If it didn't take care of Li Tianliang, where would Chu Yang's might be? Peerless genius, your cultivation progress is extremely good. Now, we will proceed to the third stage. Chu Yang looked up at the sky and said, "No matter what you do, you have to be sincere. The cultivation of martial arts is the same. Now, the most important step has come. If you can move the heavens and move the earth, you will have a small achievement in this left and right interfighting technique." Bang, bang, bang. Li Tianliang knelt down with a thudding sound. After that, he started to kowtow. To be more precise, he was pounding his head on the ground. Each time his head landed, the arena would shake. In just a few moments, his forehead was badly mutilated. It was a horrible sight to behold. Tragic, tragic, tragic. Enough. On the second round platform, the water element peak master, Lu Tianrui, shouted angrily, "Chu Yang, what are you trying to do by humiliating your fellow disciples like this?" Shua. Chu Yang glanced at him coldly. "What is it, peak master Lu Tianrui? Are you jealous of this peerless genius and want to cultivate this technique too?" Facing Chu Yang's cold glare, Lu Tianrui could not help but feel fear in his heart. His body unconsciously took a step back, revealing a terrified expression. "Lu Tianrui, peak master Lu, if you want to cultivate it, just say it. How would I know if you don't say it?" Chu Yang looked at Lu Tianrui with a smile. "Since you're not answering, it seems like you really want to cultivate this technique too. Impudent." His voice was like thunder, rumbling loudly, interrupting Chu Yang's words. The metal element peak master stood up in anger. Chu Yang glanced at him coldly, then said to the parrot, "Little bitch, there are a lot of peerless geniuses. You will teach this peerless genius the technique, and I will teach these two peerless geniuses." GAGA. The parrot laughed strangely. High profile, high profile. When the parrot arrives, don't clap, just scream. Hair in place, temperament noble, long live my master. Chapter 884. Two Peerless Geniuses. Which one of you will go first? Chu Yang swung his sleeves and flew up to the stage. He looked at Lu Tianrui and Bai Sansi with a smile. Chao Rong, Sui Yunfu, and Long Feast did not say a word and stayed far away. They were laughing in their hearts. Do you think this little bastard is easy to mess with? Or do you think he's still the same little bastard from before? He's asking for humiliation. Things were different now. Chu Yang was not someone Lu Tianrui and Bai Sansi could scold and teach. If Lu Tianrui and Bai Sansi were upright, Chu Yang might show them some respect. However, Chu Yang could feel their hostility from the beginning. How could he tolerate them? Chu Yang, you're too arrogant. I'm the peak master of Water Element Peak. How dare you talk to me like that? Lu Tianrui put on a strong front, but was cowardly at heart. He was full of regret, arrogant, domineering, and disrespectful. The Five Elements sect will not tolerate a traitor like you. Bai Sansi's voice was extremely cold. His tiger-like eyes were filled with murderous intent. You dare to kill me? Chu Yang sneered. I'm arrogant. I'm domineering. What can you do? You two weaklings are not good enough. Bang! The heavenly rock wings spread out. Chu Yang's back was covered in a dazzling golden light. He was extremely fast. He was like a ray of golden light that went straight for Lu Tianrui. Lu Tianrui released his domain and punched out. A lake appeared and waves surged. This attack was abnormally powerful. However, its power was not fully released. It was like a piece of paper that Chu Yang broke through. With a snap, Chu Yang swung his hand and grabbed Lu Tianrui's neck, lifting him up. Swoosh! He then rushed towards Bai Sansi. Bai Sansi looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. Endless golden light burst out from his body as the killing power swept out. A ferocious tiger appeared, bringing with it a storm of weapons. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were holding all kinds of weapons as they charged forward. The ferocious tiger was the commander of this army. The power of metal contained killing intent. The white tiger was in charge of the West, but it was also in charge of killing. The perfect combination of the two greatly increased its might. However, it was still not enough. The difference between him and the desolate demon prince and the son of the sea god was too great. Moreover, Chu Yang had already reached the peak of the third revolution of the soul ascension realm. How could a mere soul reincarnation realm cultivator be worthy of his attention? Chu Yang also directly broke through by Sansi's attack, flew over, directly grabbed by Sansi's neck, and lifted him up. With Lu Tianrui in his right hand and by Sansi in his left, Chu Yang lifted them up like two chickens. In front of all the five-element sect's disciples, they were battered and exhausted. Their faces were red with blood. Lu Tianrui, Chu Yang looked coldly at Lu Tianrui on his right and said coldly, "What can you do about my arrogance?" He turned his head and looked at Bai Sansi on his left. "Hey, are you satisfied with my bossy attitude?" Bang, bang, bang. Chu Yang pinched them until their eyes rolled back, then threw them aside. "What right do you have to scold me? How dare you put on airs in front of me? Do you really think I can be bullied so easily?" Bai Sansi and Lu Tianrui were humiliated. Even when they were gasping for air, their fingers were still trembling as they pointed at Chu Yang. "You crack!" Chu Yang broke their fingers. Then, he kicked them down from the second-round platform with two bangs. He swept his gaze across the audience and said in a clear voice, "Someone said that I was arrogant and domineering just now. I'm very satisfied. Today, I'll show you how arrogant and domineering I am." He pointed at the crowd and said loudly, "Also, someone said that if I want to become a true disciple, a saint, and obtain the right to challenge the deity, I must pass your test. I agree with this, but it is too troublesome for all of you to come one by one. Chapter 885. Now, all of you can come at me together. I will beat all of you up by myself. When Chu Yang's voice rang out, almost everyone from the five-element sect felt as though they were struck by lightning. Their bodies trembled and their minds rumbled. This was too arrogant, too savage. Ga. When the parrot heard this, it laughed strangely. "You guys are all idiots. You even dare to make my master unhappy. Please allow me to observe 3 seconds of silence for you to express my deep condolences." Quack, quack. This was Chu Yang's true colors. When the five-element sect's disciples heard the parrot's words, they couldn't help but be shocked. Previously, they were all talking about how impressive Chu Yang was, but none of them had seen him before. Now, they finally saw his true colors. Domineering, invincible, insufferably arrogant. No one was worthy of his attention. In his eyes, everything was bullshit. No matter how many people there were, it was useless. After Chu Yang spoke, his attention was placed on Junjian Tian. Even if the five-element sect's disciples didn't like his behavior, they were afraid of his reputation and definitely wouldn't dare to make a move. At most, they would be unhappy with Chu Yang's arrogance. This was something they could still tolerate. Therefore, if there was a different voice, it would definitely be from Junjian Tian. As expected, Chu Yang's sharp divine sense clearly captured the mental fluctuations that Junjian Tian sent out. It was obvious that he was giving orders. Beside Junjian Tian, there were 5 young men around the age of 27. Every one of them had concealed their aura, but how could they hide it from Chu Yang? These 5 people were at least at the 7th or 8th level of the soul reincarnation realm. Moreover, the skin color of these people was a little strange. One was slightly green, one was slightly red, one was slightly black, one was slightly white, and there was even one whose skin was strangely yellow. Who do you think you are? Do you think we will listen to whatever you say? When Junjian Tian gave the order, a burly middle-aged man immediately stood out and spoke with a loud voice. Shua! Chu Yang's figure flashed and arrived before the middle-aged man in an instant. He slammed the middle-aged man's head into the ground. With a loud bang, the ground exploded. Tiny spiderweb-like cracks covered the ground. Dust rose into the air. Half of the middle-aged man's body was directly stuffed into the ground. His legs kicked powerlessly in the air. The power of this attack was obvious. Many people couldn't help but shiver when they saw this. Chu Yang was too ruthless. Chu Yang raised his hand, and a vortex appeared in the center of his palm. He pulled the middle-aged man out of the vortex. Everyone was shocked to see that his entire face was badly mutilated, and many places revealed eerie white bones. It was extremely horrifying. Ha! The spirit chi transformed into a large hand and grabbed the middle-aged man, lifting him up. Chu Yang said coldly, "Who do you think I am?" Hearing this, everyone was speechless. They immediately felt that this person wasn't worthy of sympathy. Chu Yang had made a name for himself outside, and his name had shaken the entire eastern wilderness. Who do you think he is? If you don't know who he is, you can go outside and ask. At this juncture, you actually dare to ask him who he is? The middle-aged man's entire body trembled from the electric shock. Then, the smell of urine wafted over. Chu Yang sneered and threw him out. Then, he swept his gaze over. Who else wants to ask who I am? A handsome young man sneered. I want to ask, who do you think you are? Very well. Chu Yang's figure disappeared as soon as he finished speaking. When he was seen again, he was already beside the handsome young man. The handsome young man's eyes were wide open in disbelief, as if he was surprised at how he died. Chapter 886. Chu Yang, you're simply an evil demon. Just because of a disagreement, you want to kill your fellow disciples? This is your majesty. This is your illustrious reputation. I'm the first one to refuse to accept this. Everyone, this bastard is simply deranged. The elite disciple competition was originally a spar and competition between our fellow disciples. Yet now it has become a slaughterhouse for a devil. How can we tolerate such a vicious and malicious person? The fiercer Chu Yang was, the fiercer the accusations were. Many people who weren't afraid of death jumped out to criticize Chu Yang. Jun Tian looked at this scene and couldn't help but sneer. He secretly mocked in his heart, idiots. Killing people in this kind of situation, not to mention having a bad reputation, would definitely arouse public indignation. It was not impossible for a crowd to attack. The more Jun Tian thought about it, the happier the smile on his face became. If Chu Yang's reputation was ruined, Chu Yang would be alone and unable to lead the general trend, so it would be much easier to deal with him. What made Jun Tian despise the most was that this was originally Chu Yang's specialty. As a descendant of the Eastern Wilderness's great emperor, his reputation was not tarnished by Chu Yang, so they had no choice but to give up this honorable identity and start all over again. Now, Chu Yang was also suffering from this tumble. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. How could Jun Tian not be happy? Moreover, what they had done was indeed intolerable, so it was natural for their reputation to be tarnished. However, Chu Yang had only killed his enemies. This made Jun Tian even more happy. That's right, he's famous in the Eastern Barren Territory. But so what? Can he disregard our lives? What's the difference between him and those demons of the Soul Devourer clan and Thousand Demon sect? I think he's the next Soul Devourer clan and Thousand Demon sect. Saying that the monster race is hateful, but what's the difference between him and the monster race? He also doesn't bully, oppress, humiliate us as he pleases, and slaughter us as he pleases. Many people spoke out, and behind them, many people stood out to criticize. Chu Yang was being pointed at by thousands and spurned by tens of thousands. Bang, 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 bang. With a series of muffled sounds, Chu Yang's figure flashed like lightning. Just as they saw his afterimage, one of them fell down, dead as can be. More than a dozen people were killed in the blink of an eye, while a few others were thrown to the parrot by Chu Yang. Little bitch, open up these people's brains and take a look. Why are they mimicking a bunch of rats? I'm very curious about the structure of their brains. Ga. Hearing this, the parrot laughed strangely. Yes, master, I promise to stimulate them so that their IQ will return to normal, and their brain structure will not be stupid. I will make them deeply grateful to master and set up a longevity plaque for master at home. It pointed at the crowd with its featherless wings and shouted, brainless people, come out now. I'll teach you all a lesson in one go and teach you how to behave." Then it laughed strangely and looked at Junjian Tian. "That little rat, playing such tricks in front of Master. Do you think Master doesn't know? My master is invincible and has been lonely for a long time. He just happened to have nothing to do, so he used you to make fun of you. I didn't expect you to laugh so proudly. This divine bird really admires you." Chuyang was very satisfied with the parrot. As expected of a cheap parrot, their cooperation was very good. At this moment, the people of the Five Elements sect couldn't help but look at Junjian Tian, the son of the sect leader. They naturally wouldn't believe the parrot's words immediately, but they still had doubts in their hearts. Moreover, why didn't the elders make a move? Why didn't they shout to stop them? Why did they just watch the 10 disciples of the Five Elements sect be killed? Could it be that they were so afraid of Chuyang? In addition, some people of the Five Elements sect immediately thought of the original accusation against the sect leader of the Five Elements sect, a spy of the Soul Devourer clan. A spy of the Soul Devourer clan. That was a spy of the descendants of the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. When they saw the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines, and their hair stood on end. Chuyang was rude and domineering just now, but he had established a good reputation before. For the sake of millions of souls, he killed many people of the Soul Devourer clan and the Thousand Demons sect. If those people who said that Chuyang was a devil went outside and said that, even if they didn't get killed by Chuyang, they would definitely be killed by the people outside. Chapter 887. Even if the majority of people didn't understand the reason, they would still be frightened by Chu Yang's ferocious might and wouldn't dare to rashly make a move. For Chu Yang, this was enough. Swish! Chu Yang's figure moved and went straight for Junjian Tian. Junjian Tian was shocked, and the 5 people with strange skin color beside him immediately shouted in anger. "You dare!" Boom! 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 They each made a move. Instantly, green, red, yellow, white, and black spirit chi of 5 colors surged out and enveloped Junjian Tian. Sizzling sounds rang out in quick succession. It was as if a large piece of meat was being roasted in this huge world at this moment. It was sizzling with oil. Black smoke billowed and rose, forming a beacon of fire. The stench and fishy smell also swept out. Instantly, the people around Junjian Tian, upon coming in contact with the spirit chi released by the 5 people, immediately cried out miserably. Their flesh and blood were corroded, and they quickly died. The color on their faces was extremely frightening. Highly toxic, extremely violent poison. However, it was useless. As Chu Yang rushed over, a whirlpool appeared in his hand and directly sucked away the poisonous spiritual energy of these 5 people. Then his hand directly pierced through Junjian Tian's 8th grade soul circulation realm domain and grabbed him by the neck. Then he lifted him up into the air. Junjian Tian, you were very proud just now, weren't you? Chu Yang looked at the people who were poisoned to death and said with a smile, "It seems like a lot of rats have died. Those 5 slaves of yours really care about you." The people clustered around Junjian Tian were mostly his trusted aides. Otherwise, if they were ordinary disciples of the 5 Elements sect, wouldn't Junjian Tian's secret movements be easily detected? Chu Yang, are you planning to rebel? You even dare to touch the son of the sect leader. Chu Yang didn't even look at them and said to Junjian Tian, "You should indeed be proud. You got your way. However, just like what my little bastard said, I'm idle anyway. So finding something to do is also not bad. Otherwise, wouldn't it be meaningless for me to participate in this true disciple competition?" Bang! After saying that, Chu Yang threw Junjian Tian back to the 5 people. Junjian Tian coughed violently as he gasped for air. Rat Monarch, gather all your rats and try your best to instigate as many idiots as possible. Make them attack. My original words are still valid. Chu Yang looked at Junjian Tian with a smile. I'll beat up all of you. Please satisfy me. If there are less than 1,000 people attacking later, I'll skin you alive." Everyone was speechless when they heard this. He was actually worried that there would be fewer people. Could it be that Chu Yang was really sick from boredom? Just how much disdain did she have for her to act like this? On the second round platform, the water element peak Lord Lu Tianrui and the metal element peak Lord Bai Sansi couldn't help but exchange a glance. They both saw the resentment in each other's eyes and the helplessness on their faces. All schemes and tricks were useless in front of absolute strength. On the other side, Chao Rong, Sui Yunfu, and Long Feast looked at each other and smiled, shaking their heads. The three of them weren't surprised at all that Chu Yang was like this. The moment Chu Yang appeared at the True Disciple competition venue, they knew that something was going to happen. If Chu Yang, this little bastard, didn't cause some trouble, he wouldn't be a little bastard, let alone Chu Yang. Chapter 888. So, the parrot cupped its two featherless wings and cupped its fists. It then said to the crowd, "So I beg of you, please satisfy my master. Later on, you must make your move." Chao Ju, the Silver Wolf, Jean Duo, the East Arrival Pavilion, and the people from the Coiling Dragon Martial Institution all glared angrily at the parrot. Chu Na, who was in the crowd, wanted nothing more than to strangle the parrot to death. How dare it make trouble for her little brother? The parrot ignored Chu Na and angrily said to Chao Ju and the others, "What are you looking at? This divine bird understands the heart of my master." Then it pointed its wings at them and said, "You are jealous. You hate me. You hate me for stealing your words, and you can't even say a fart." Hearing this, everyone knew why the parrot was called Lil Bitch. Lil Guai had already covered its crystal-clear eyes, as if it was embarrassed. How could it have such a shameless little brother? Jun John Tian and the strange-skinned man beside him were so disregarded and despised by Chu Yang that they were burning with anger. They secretly issued orders one after another. Soon after, many people stood out, filled with righteous indignation. Evil demons are evil demons. After killing someone, you're so skilled at covering it up. You can even turn black into white. But what's the use? Do you think you can deceive us? That's right. Our Five Elements sect will not tolerate such an evil thief. Kill him. He's just one person. Even if he's strong, so what? We can drown him with a spit each. What's there to fear about death? 18 years later, I'll be a hero again. I want to see how many of us you can kill, demon. Rumble. Suddenly, the earth trembled and a murderous aura shot to the sky. The spiritual energy surged like a tide, as if it had gathered into a vast ocean. In an instant, it was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were charging towards Chu Yang. At a glance, there were at least 2,000 people. Chu Yang's expression changed slightly. He didn't know if these 2,000 people were all from the great emperor of the Eastern Wasteland or something else. With so many people forming a huge force, ordinary Five Elements sect's disciples might also attack in a fit of anger. If you attack me, then don't blame me. Chu Yang wasn't worried about his own safety. He was just worried that he had killed the wrong person. However, there were so many people that he couldn't care less. Shoo! Shoo! Like a group of archers in an army, 10,000 arrows were shot at the same time. 100 or so people gathered together and condensed their spiritual aura into sharp arrows, forming a huge rain of arrows to attack. Another 100 or so people used their spiritual aura to form long spears to pierce through. This was the first wave. The organization of the attack was very orderly. Like an army in battle, they first used arrows to suppress the enemy and then charged. Then flood dragons, pythons, eagles, lions, tigers, cauldrons, bells, pagodas, buildings, rivers, giant trees, giant rocks, and all kinds of other things that were constructed by Zheng Yuan and Ling Qi flooded over. The sky was densely packed. It was as if the grocery store of heaven had fallen down and a mountain forest had appeared out of thin air, with birds and beasts galloping in it. Countless attacks converged into a storm, forming a huge wave that swept over, causing the world to rumble. That kind of momentum made everyone feel as if the heavens were enraged and some kind of disaster had descended. Everyone was instantly speechless. They didn't make a sound as they stared blankly at the scene in front of them. Shuna's heart was already in her throat. She didn't want her younger brother to do such a dangerous thing in the face of such a terrifying enemy. However, she also knew that Chu Yang had to do it. At this moment, the only thing she could do was pray. Chao Ju and the others were no longer smiling. When they were at Emperor Island, they had seen a similar scene and knew that Chu Yang should be able to withstand it. However, when they saw such a terrifying attack in the sky again, they still felt their scalps go numb. The parrot glanced at them and only looked at them with disdain. It focused on educating the dozen people that Chu Yang had thrown to it. As for Xiao Guai, it was also staring blankly at this scene. Its little claws suddenly clenched into fists. It suddenly felt that it was too weak. Chao Rong, Sui Yunfu, Long Feast, Lu Tianrui, Bai Sansi, and the others all had different reactions. Chapter 889. Jun Tian and the 5 people with strange skin colors also took action. There was no one within a 30-foot radius of the 6 of them. Those 5 people had made their move before Jun Tian. Green, black, white, yellow, and red spirit energies of these 5 colors formed into a poisonous snake with 5 colored spots all over its body. Then, these 5 colored spots split into smaller snakes and slithered toward Shuyang. It was as if a group of snakes had appeared all over the mountain. Although the 5 colored spots were very small, they were extremely eye-catching due to the terrifying colors. They filled the void, and the 5 colored spots seemed to cause the void to suffer from a type of mottled disease. Jun Tian, on the other hand, condensed a multicolored giant hand. Each of the colors on it was extremely heavy, to the point that this kind of multicolored hand was frightening to look at. 5-colored spotted snake. 5-colored spotted poison. Chu Yang had long noticed them. To be precise, his focus had always been on Jun Tian and the 5 people. Initially, when Chu Yang saw the 5 people with strange skin colors, he knew that the 5 of them cultivated poison arts. They were the 5 poison people. The reason was naturally because of the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. The great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness was an expert in poison arts. Many of the great figures of the demon race had died tragically from his poison. Finally, when dealing with the desolate demons, he also used poison and even created the desolate poison. The great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness used the 5 elements as the foundation to protect himself and control all poisons. Everything he learned was recorded in the 5 poison scripture. Everything on Emperor Island had been taken away by the descendants of the great emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. It was not surprising that Jun Tian and the rest had poison arts. Unfortunately, I did not see the divine ability, 5-colored poison light. Jun Tian and the rest might have been probing Chu Yang's actual strength, but Chu Yang also wanted to understand Jun Wudao, as well as Jun Tiancho and the rest methods through them. However, it was clear that they did not give him the chance. The 5-colored poison light was naturally inferior to the 5-colored divine light, but it was still extremely shocking. It was said that when the 5-colored poison light was swept out, those who were swept by it would either be corroded into black water or be poisoned to death. Very few people could escape. TSK. So what if you have more people? Along with Chu Yang's disdainful voice, he visualized his void assassin martial soul and disappeared. Bang, bang, bang. Then all the attacks in a straight line in the void exploded. When they saw Chu Yang again, he had already appeared above the group of people. Slaughter Seal. This was the legacy of the Deva bloodline of Elder Gold and was meant to slaughter all living beings. Therefore, it was the perfect time to unleash it. Chu Yang was now filled with killing intent. He would not be polite to anyone who dared to make a move against him. These people clearly understood that they were all dissidents who had infiltrated the 5 Elements sect. If they were all killed, they would no longer be able to cause trouble in the dark. Who knew how much less trouble they would face? When the Slaughter Seal was unleashed, it was as if a hole had been torn open in the void. A golden torrent surged out, pouring down in torrents. However, it was not a torrent, but a torrent of weapons, a storm of weapons. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, hammers, rods, wheels, and so on. The sharp chi pierced through gold and cracked stone, whistling in the sky. Just the sharp whistling sound alone was enough to make people's scalp numb. Moreover, each of the weapons seemed to be alive or controlled by a powerful but invisible creature. Clang, clang, clang. Poochie, poochie. Dense and continuous sounds of weapons, and the sound of ice blades piercing into flesh were heard. As soon as the slaughter seal was unleashed, a lot of people screamed and fell down instantly. Chapter 890. After the first wave of slaughter, the second wave of slaughter began. Among the crowd, a sixth-level ascending soul realm cultivator was smashed by a sledgehammer. His arm exploded, and the violent energy on it swept up, causing his shoulder to explode. He let out a series of miserable cries, as if he had encountered a fierce ghost. His expression was distorted, and in the end, he hugged his head and rolled on the ground. The weapons formed by the slaughter seal all contained the intent to slay the soul. This was a double attack. Not only did it kill the body, but it also killed the soul. The sword and saber martial spirits were weapons, and they were a perfect match for the slaughter seal. The sword and saber martial spirits contained the intent to slay the soul, and they complemented each other with the slaughter intent of the slaughter seal. When combined, the power would increase greatly. Since Chu Yang's killing intent had been aroused, he naturally did not hold back. When he used the slaughter seal, he also used the sword and saber martial spirits. Damn it! Junjian Tian and the 5 poison men saw the screams around them. Their own people fell one by one, and the ground was dyed red with blood. Their eyes were also blood red. These people, every one of them who infiltrated the 5 Elements sect, were carefully planned, and there were almost no flaws. Although Junjian Tian did not care about their lives, they were his property. Every death was a great loss. Now hundreds of people had died in an instant. Junjian Tian's heart was bleeding. Kill this murderous demon. Brothers and sisters of the 5 Elements sect, this demon is wantonly killing. Are you not going to make a move? Boom. On one side, Junjian Tian and the 5 poison men gathered people and roared together, pouncing toward Chu Yang. Among the 5 poison men, the green-skinned poison man took the lead. With a whoosh, he took out a green-colored ghost head broadsword. With a slight shake, that green-colored ghost head broadsword flowed on the blade. The sharp chi also turned green. Waves of blade, chi, carrying the poison, chi, continuously chopped down. 5 poison green poison saber. He was the first to approach Chu Yang. His eyes emitted a green light, and he slashed down. The saber light changed, and the light was blurred, completely enveloping Chu Yang. Humph! Chu Yang coldly snorted. He didn't even look at the saber light that was coming at him. He grabbed and slapped the saber, breaking into pieces. Puff! This poison man vomited blood from the tremendous force transmitted from the saber, his bones breaking inch by inch. Chu Yang activated the 1,000 lights, 10,000 shadows art. With a flick of his finger, a black ray of light shot out. The green poison man had no way of dodging at all as the bullet pierced right through his heart. He let out a blood-curdling scream before everyone saw his chest explode as blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Go to hell. Junjian Tian and the 4 poison men's attacks had arrived, and they all launched their attacks at Chu Yang, intending to kill him in one strike. At the same time, many people also gathered their spiritual chi and condensed it into a mountain with 5 colors. It was a mountain of poison, and as soon as it appeared, sizzling sounds rang out. Black smoke roiled, and the void seemed to be on the verge of being corroded. Good. All of you gather in one place, so that I don't have to kill you one by one. Chu Yang pierced into the void like a javelin. With a screech, a devil bird appeared behind him. Rolling black gas curled up around it. The devil bird rushed out and covered the sky. It was as if a black curtain had shrouded the sky. Chapter 891. How is this possible? Let's not talk about how he was able to block all of our attacks so easily. Even a spirit stage martial artist would be wary of the poison gas. Why couldn't it do anything to his demonic bird? What's going on? Could it be that he isn't human? Is he really a demon? It must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. With such an outcome, Junjan Tian and the four poison men could not help but be shocked. Previously, they had heard that Chu Yang was ferocious, but they did not know how ferocious he was. Only now did they truly feel it. With so many of them working together, Chu Yang was able to easily defend against them. That demon bird is a desolate demon. Desolate demons are not afraid of poison, which is why it is like this. In his shock, the yellow-skinned poison man suddenly understood why Chu Yang was not afraid of poison. The desolate demons had fought with the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor for an unknown period of time. They had long become immune to the various poisons of the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor. He obtained the soul of the desolate demon prince and understood the secrets of the desolate demons. 5 poison bullet. Black Poison took advantage of the fact that Chu Yang wasn't paying attention while everyone was crying out in alarm. He suddenly threw a 5-color pellet towards Chu Yang. Rumble. There was an instant explosion, and a multicolored mushroom cloud rose up. Within 1,000 steps, the color of the ground changed, especially at the center of the explosion. The ground was corroded into a swamp, and multicolored bubbles continuously emerged. This was a great killing move. It was originally used by the Eastern Wilderness Great Emperor to deal with the desolate demons. Little bastard, let's see if you can survive this. I don't believe that you are stronger than a desolate demon. The black poison man gritted his teeth and laughed sinisterly. Junjan Tian and the others could not help but stop their attacks. Looking at the swamp with billowing poison gas, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Even if he doesn't die from the explosion, he should be poisoned to death? Little brother. In the crowd, Chunad already cried out. Chao Ju and the others narrowed their eyes. The parrot's eyes rolled around as it thought to itself, how immoral. If he can be killed, wouldn't that mean I, the divine bird, will be free? Humph. The Chu Yang whose name has shaken the Eastern Wilderness is nothing more than this. The 4 poison men could not help but laugh out loud. Junjan Tian also laughed. Really? Is that all I've got? A cold voice came out from the rolling, poisonous gas. Who else could it be but Chu Yang's voice? Who? The sound of wind suddenly rang out, and then the 5-colored poisonous gas rolled back like a cloud of arrows, rolling like waves. Not good. By the time Junjan Tian realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. The multicolored poisonous gas swept over, and the people on his side fell down in an instant. They were twitching in pain and foaming at the mouth. It didn't take long for the poisonous gas to reach their hearts and kill them directly. In the end, there were only 5 people left, Junjan Tian and the 4 poison men. The 5 of them were not afraid of the poison, but the others were. There were nearly 2,000 people besieging Chu Yang, and excluding the few hundred that were killed, there were nearly 1,000 that had died. The number that had died from the poison was much more than the number that had been killed by Chu Yang. This poison is not bad. I'll give you all a thumbs up, Chu Yang said coldly. He had nearly been hit just now. If he had not devoured the desolate demon's essence, he would have obtained the desolate demon's resistance to poison. He might have been in real danger. Da-da-da. He walked over step by step, and there were less than 100 people left on Junjan Tian's side. When everyone saw this scene, they shuddered. What a terrifying poison. Junjan Tian was already trembling. So, before he could finish his sentence, Chu Yang had already rushed over, giving him a sudden shock. He thought that he was definitely going to die. Then, with a bang, he looked over and was surprised to see that the black poison man who had thrown the 5 poison bomb had fallen to the ground. There was a tiny red dot in between his eyebrows. Junjan Tian did not understand how Chu Yang had killed the black poison man, but he soon knew. A bullet had pierced through the back of his head. I I died just like that. Bang! Junjan Tion's eyes were wide open. His body stiffened as he fell to the ground, dying with his eyes wide open. Young master, the remaining 3 poisoned men exclaimed. They then looked at Chu Yang. You actually killed the young master. Don't you know that he is the son of the sect master? Don't you know the consequences? Chapter 892. The moment that Chu Yang had killed Junjan Tian, Chuna's heart had leapt right out of her throat. Chao Ju, Jin Duo, and the Silver Wolf were also stunned. Chu Yang, this lunatic has actually killed the sect leader's son? Did he not think before doing things, doing whatever he wanted to do? They no longer knew what to say. Before the Five-Element sect leader had determined him to be a renegade, Chu Yang's actions were simply too rash. The entire place was silent. The Five-Element sect's people were all shocked beyond words. A genius like Chu Yang had indeed killed many people in the fierce battle, but as long as he had not killed the sect leader's son, everything could still be salvaged. But if he had killed the sect leader's son, then between him and the Five-Element sect leader, only one could survive. Tsh, your expressions are just too laughable, Chu Yang said disdainfully. Junjan Tian wanted to kill me, so why can't I kill him? Forget about the sect leader's son. Even if it was the sect leader, if he wanted to kill me, I would kill him all the same. Even the sect leader would be killed. Such words caused everyone present to be greatly shocked as they thought to themselves, this Chu Yang is truly audacious and lawless. You 3 poison humans can die for me as well. Chu Yang's hands did not stop as he directly killed the remaining 3 poison humans. White poison battle armor. Yellow poison battle armor. Red poison battle armor. The 3 poison men suddenly panicked, and the spirit chi on their bodies rose up to form a suit of battle armor around their bodies, protecting their vitals. Though the 3 battle armors were of different colors, their designs were all the same. The bone spikes on the surface were ferocious as poisonous gas surged. It was an armor formed from highly poisonous spirit chi. Not only did this highly poisonous battle armor have great defense, it also emitted highly poisonous spirit chi. In the midst of a fight, if one was not careful, they would inhale the poisonous gas. If that happened, the consequences would be unthinkable. Generally speaking, most people would not dare to get close to them. Let's fight this demon to the death. The red poisoned humans roared wildly. However, just as he finished speaking, Chu Yang had already arrived in front of him. He conjured up layers of palm shadows and slapped the top of his head, directly smashing his head into his chest. How is this possible? I actually died in such a manner? That was Red Venom's last thought. He used his armor to protect his vitals, guarding against Chu Yang's bullet string. But in the end, Chu Yang didn't use any bullet string at all and killed him with a simple slap. You want to kill me, right? All of you can die too. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Yang struck again, and the remaining 2 poison men were all dead. Among the 2,000 over people, the remaining 100 or so were scared out of their wits as they fled for their lives. Chu Yang did not chase after them. These people were no longer a threat. However, these people who were running away were all suddenly stopped in their tracks. Why are you running away? A man shrouded in mist appeared out of thin air. No one knew when he had appeared. Seeing this person, Chu Na, Chao Ju, and the others narrowed their eyes. Chao Rong, Sui Yunfu, and Long Feast on the 2 round platforms also narrowed their eyes. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on this person, the peak master of Wu Peak, Yu Jiarong. Yu Jiarong looked coldly at Chu Yang and said coldly, even the sect master must be killed. This person is lawless and is no different from an evil demon. No matter how talented he is, it's useless. He must be killed as a warning to others. That's right. Rumble. At the same time, thunder rumbled in the sky. As the world shook, a middle-aged man with the mouth of a thunder god flew down from the sky. His eyes were burning with killing intent as he said coldly, this person is reckless and unruly. If we don't kill him, Our five elements sect will be no different from the devil's sect. Chapter 893. How can we convince the public if we don't kill him? The sect master's son is only one of the reasons. Nearly 2,000 disciples have died. We need to give them justice and an explanation. Freedom is relative. Freedom without any restrictions is destruction. This kid has already turned into a demon. If we don't get rid of him, he will bring disaster to the world. The earth element peak's peak master Dongfang Ho, the fire element peak master Song Yangyin, the medicine peak master Mu Hongyi, the white tiger peak, the giant peak, and the other peak masters who were in charge of hosting the successor competition this time, all the peak masters of the five inner peaks of the five element sect had appeared at this moment. Apart from the 15 peak masters, the elders of the five elements sect were present as well. Du Guangguang, come here. Junior sister Lung, don't get involved in this. Long Feast and Sui Yunfu spoke one after another, calling Du Guangbua of Thousand's Word Peak and Lung Ling Dai of Lotus Peak over. Behind him, Chao Rong also spoke out. Everyone from the Wood Element Peak, listen up. Come to me. Led by the peak masters and elders of the five elements sect, the disciples of the five elements sect were divided into two camps. One camp was led by Song Yongyin, Lu Qianrui, Bai Sansi, Yu Jiarong, and the others. The other camp was led by Chao Rong, Sui Yunfu, Long Feast, Du Guangbua, and Lung Ling Dai. The disciples under their control quickly separated from each other. In an instant, the scene was chaotic but orderly. In an instant, Song Yongyin, Lu Tianrui, Yu Jiarong, and the others gathered together with the disciples of the five elements sect. The atmosphere was extremely tense as the two sides confronted each other. Many disciples of the five elements sect could hardly breathe. Two old men who were hiding in the dark saw this scene. One of the old men said, "This is great. Almost half of the five elements sect is targeting this brat. I would like to see how this brat will deal with it. If he can deal with it easily, there's no need to hesitate." That's right. Jun Tiancho should be convinced now. The two old men were talking about Chu Yang and Jun Tiancho, the sect master of the five elements sect. However, they didn't know their true intentions. Yu Jiarong, the peak master of Mist Peak, glared at Sui Yunfu and the others. Sui Yunfu, what are you doing? Are you trying to split the five elements sect? Fire element peak Lord Song Yongyin also stared coldly at Chao Rong and said coldly, "Chao Rong, your son Chao Ju and Chu Yang are close friends. But in the face of righteousness, you still want to be biased? You are planning to become a sinner of the five elements sect." Song Yongyin, Lu Tianrui, Bai Sansi, and Dongfang Ho were the peak masters of the five inner peaks. Their words carried more weight than Chao Ju and the others. Chao Rong snorted coldly and said, "I was just about to ask you this. What is the meaning of this? Do you think that not enough of the five elements sect disciples have died? Do you still want to send the five elements sect disciples to their deaths?" Ridiculous. Earth Peak Master Dongfang Ho sneered. "It's just Chu Yang. Even if he's made of iron, how many nails can he crush? Are you blind?" Chao Rong pointed at the corpses on the ground. "How many nails did he crush just now?" After saying that, Chao Rong said in a clear voice, "Disciples of the five elements sect, listen up. Whether Chu Yang is an evil spirit or not, and how to punish him, will be decided by the sovereign, the supreme elder, the golden elder, and the adjudicating elder. Don't get involved in this matter." After a pause, he continued, "Those who cherish their lives and don't want to die, come to me." Whoosh! Chao Rong leaped into the air, arriving at the neutral ground in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 894. Rumble. The five elements sect disciples who were about to move suddenly stopped when they heard the majestic sound of thunder. Then they saw the peak master of Sky Thunder Peak, Yu Jingfu, fly into a rage. Lightning flashed around him as he pointed at Sui Yunfu and the others. "Sui Yunfu, what is the meaning of this? Are you really going to be stubborn and insist on helping a homicidal maniac? Sui Yunfu's expression was cold as he looked at the Five Elements sect disciples. Yu Jingfu, I also want to ask you, what is the meaning of this? Are you planning to use these Five Elements sect disciples as cannon fodder and send them to their deaths to pave the way for you? Let me ask you again, Yu Jingfu. Since you don't have the confidence to kill Chu Yang, why are you acting rashly? What is your intention? Acting rashly? Yu Jingfu sneered. He's just a little devil. So what if he's monstrous? How can he be a match for us? Sui Yunfu looked at Yu Jingfu coldly. Since you're confident, what does it have to do with you if I let the disciples come on my side? Indeed, it doesn't matter. Song Yangyin sneered. Sui Yunfu, we still don't know what you're thinking. You just want to use this righteous method to help that little devil. At this moment, an impatient voice intervened. Can you guys debate another time? Chu Yang. Everyone's pupils shrank involuntarily. Chu Yang was still acting like this at this time. Shuna almost fainted when she heard this. She wanted nothing more than a tear off Chu Yang's two ears. That bastard Chu is indeed the bastard Chu. No one could be as arrogant as him in the entire eastern wilderness. Chao Ju, Silver Wolf, and the others had completely lost their temper. The parrot was originally watching Chu Yang being besieged by the Five Elements sect. The parrot was almost scared out of its wits when it saw so many people. After hearing Chu Yang's words and tone, it was completely convinced. He is indeed worthy of being called an awesome person who cut off its two wings. Most people could only cut off two of its wings, but they would never let it roast its own parrot wings. Chu Yang let a long yawn. While stretching, he said, "You're making me sleepy. All right, I'll be the judge for all of you. All of you go." Everyone's eyes bulged. Chu Yang was simply indescribable. They're all just rotten eggs and rotten sweet potatoes. Chu Yang looked at the vast number of people from the Five Elements sect and laughed evilly. However, you stinky sweet potatoes and rotten bird eggs still have some use. One person against one sect, I haven't tried it yet. I reckon I can create another record and create a legend. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Chao Rong, Sui Yunfu, and the others wanted to go over and tear that little bastard Chu Yang into pieces. He was too heartless. However, instead of rebuking Chu Yang, they were rebuked by Chu Yang. Go, Sloppy King. Do Guang Guang. Chu Yang pointed at them one by one. When it came to Chao Rong, Chao Ju's father, he said, "Then, the father of a certain idiot, all of you can come together. Otherwise, future generations will say that my record is exaggerated and not intimidating enough." Now, he was actually thinking about this matter. Many people from the Five Elements sect finally saw how unreliable Chu Yang was in the rumors. As for Sui Yunfu, Long Feast, Du Guangbua, and Chao Rong, they were completely speechless. They couldn't even be angry. They had never met such a bastard before. Moreover, this bastard didn't seem to have eyes. There were at least a few 100,000 people from the Five Elements sect in the Second Circle Secret Realm. Could it be that this little bastard didn't feel any pressure at all? Chapter 895. Do you really think you're invincible? Yu Jingfu's voice rang out again. Chu Yang glared at him. You bastard! Where did you get the confidence to say that to this young master? Many people were confused. This should be Yu Jingfu questioning you. Where did you get the confidence to boast shamelessly in front of so many people? Killing all the elders of a sect. It's not like I haven't done this before. Chu Yang looked at Yu Jingfu with disdain. Fellow rats, please be mentally prepared. Chu Yang really didn't expect the Five Elements sect to be infiltrated to such an extent. Killing all the elders of a sect? Lu Tianrui mocked. Bastard, do you have the ability to do so? You were only able to kill so many elders of the Soul Devourer clan because you borrowed the souls of millions to trigger the Red Lotus karmic fire. Hee hee. Chu Yang laughed mockingly. Do you think you can trigger the Red Lotus karmic fire just because you want to? If he didn't have the genius martial spirit and the idiot martial spirit, he would have been a dead man. As for now, his two martial spirits had turned into the divine demon martial spirits, and he had completed the third soul evolution. Of course, he was no longer the same person as before. Besides, even if the peak masters and elders of the Five Elements sect worked together, and he was no match for them, who could stop him if he wanted to leave? With his speed, who in the Five Elements sect could catch up to him? What are you laughing at? Chu Yang's chuckle was too mocking. Lu Tianrui couldn't help but shout out in anger. The peak master of the water element peak, Lu Tianrui, right? Chu Yang looked at Lu Tianrui. You were like a chicken in my hands just now. What do you think I'm laughing at? Bastard, you just launched a sneak attack? Blood rushed to Lu Tianrui's face. This was a great humiliation to him. Bai Sansi also felt humiliated. Chu Yang was looking down on Lu Tianrui, which was the same as looking down on him. Previously, he and Lu Tianrui couldn't fight back in front of Chu Yang, losing all face. Sneak attack? Chu Yang was amused. He crooked his finger at Lu Tianrui and said, "Come here. I'll give you a chance to experience my terror. Don't worry. Even if you make a move, you'll lose. I won't take your life later. I guarantee it with my integrity." As he spoke, Chu Yang raised one of his hands and waved it at Lu Tianrui. "Do you see this hand of mine? I'll give you 3 moves later, and you can use your full strength. After 3 moves, this hand of mine will send you flying with a single slap." Bai Sansi, Lu Tianrui, and the others were at the same level as the many elders of the Soul Devourer clan. Most of them were at the 9th level of the Soul Reincarnation realm, and none of them were at the Spirit realm. Thus, Chu Yang didn't put them in his eyes at all. Who was Lu Tianrui? The peak master of the Five Elements sect's water element peak. He had broken through to the Soul Reincarnation realm a long time ago, and had been in charge of the water element peak for over a dozen years. Which one of them didn't give him face? When had he ever been looked down upon like this? Not only did Lu Tianrui promise not to kill him, Lu Tianrui even gave him 3 moves, but Lu Tianrui even predicted which hand he would use to send him flying. What a bully. Killing intent flashed through Lu Tianrui's eyes. With a boom, his body exploded and water spiritual energy soared into the sky. Suddenly, he pointed out with his finger, and the spiritual energy turned into an icy sword aura. It went straight for Chu Yang's heart. Although it was just a point, the spiritual energy instantly turned into an icy sword. The sword aura overflowed. As the icy sword aura exploded, sword images appeared everywhere. With a point of his finger, it enveloped the entire area. Chapter 896. Before it arrived, there were ice shards falling from the sky. Mist curled up and completely covered the sacred ice sword. It made the sacred ice sword look like an assassin hiding in the mist. Bang! Chu Yang did not move. The sacred ice sword pierced through him and exploded the air. However, that was only Chu Yang's illusion. At this moment, Chu Yang had already appeared on Lu Tianrui's left. No one saw how he dodged, and no one knew how he arrived on Lu Tianrui's left. Song Yangyin, Bai Sansi, Dongfang Ho, and the others couldn't help but frown. Lu Tianrui, this is the first move. I'll take the initiative to come to your left so that you can use the second move to your heart's content. Otherwise, you'll say that I bullied you. Chu Yang was calm and composed. Bastard, how dare you look down on me and humiliate me? Lu Tianrui's face was ferocious. He quickly formed a seal with his hands, forming a huge crystal clear ice lotus. As soon as the ice lotus appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted. It was as if the surrounding area was frozen. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ice lotus suddenly spun, creating a sharp whistling sound. It directly slashed over and exploded with a rumble, creating a huge crater on the ground. However, there was no sign of Chu Yang at the crater. I'm on your right. No need to look. Chu Yang had unknowingly appeared on Lu Tianrui's right. Ice Dragon Heart Gouging Claw. Lu Tianrui didn't even think and pounced over. His hand formed a claw, and the spiritual energy on his sharp nails formed a long hook. He was going to dig out Chu Yang's heart. However, he missed again. Chu Yang took another step forward. Trash. 3 moves have passed. I'm going to attack. Lu Qianrui, pay attention to your right face. Chu Yang's voice sounded again. Bastard. Lu Qianrui roared and did not dodge. He threw a punch forward. It was so heavy that it rumbled in the air. A lake appeared on his fist. The lake seemed to be real, and the waves were clear and crystalline. Suddenly, an ice dragon rushed out from the lake, bringing with it a huge wave. Lake Martial Spirit. Lake Martial Spirit, and a dragon is hidden in the lake. It was as if a real lake had crashed into it. Many people's eyes widened when they saw the lake. Many people knew that Lu Tianrui had a lake martial spirit. Before Chu Yang left the Five Elements sect, Chao Ju made a bet with Lu Tianrui and obtained the martial spirit visualization diagram of Lu Tianrui's lake. There were probably not many people in the Five Elements sect who did not know about this. Lake Martial Spirit, this must be your strongest move. This is the best. As Chu Yang spoke, he raised his hand and slapped out. With a swing of the palm, everyone felt a gust of wind blow past them. Everyone saw a huge whirlpool appear in the void, but the whirlpool had already been thrown behind a huge palm. Ah, a blood-curdling scream. The ice dragon instantly exploded, and so did the lake. Wah! Amidst the loud rumbling, Lu Tianrui flew out and rolled on the ground. His face was completely swollen. He used all his strength to attack, but Chu Yang simply raised his hand and slapped him. Trash! Chu Yang looked down at Lu Tianrui, who was knocked to the ground by his slap. Was that a sneak attack? You can't even take a slap from me. You're not worthy of my sneak attack. Lu Tianrui was ashamed and angry. He still could not believe that he was defeated like this, but the piercing pain on his face had yet to recede. Don't be too agitated. This is normal, so you don't have to feel ashamed to live, and you don't have to commit suicide. Chu Yang's serious expression made many people speechless again, but for Chao Ju and the others, it was very familiar. This was very Chu Yang. Chapter 897. The parrot looked at him in disdain. He couldn't accept such a blow. This divine bird had experienced worse. Little bastard, go to hell. Just as Chu Yang was feeling complacent and careless, Bai Sansi made his move. White Tiger Gung Metal Slash. His Gung Metal spiritual energy burst out violently. Suddenly, the cold light was extremely dazzling. The world was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. The extremely sharp Gung Metal spiritual energy turned into a white tiger and bit down on Chu Yang's head. This attack was unexpected and had been planned for a long time. It was like a peerless assassin's peerless attack. It would either succeed or die. No one expected that there would be such a sudden move, so no one reacted. Chu Yang, you bastard! When Chao Ju and the others shouted to remind him, it was already too late. Chao Rong, Sui Yunfu, and the others didn't expect it and didn't react. However, Song Yanyan, Yu Jingfu, and the others were already laughing. He was so proud and arrogant that he wouldn't even know how he died. He really didn't know what to do. Rumble. The white tiger formed by the power of Gung Metal pounced down and bit down on Chu Yang's entire head. It also bit down on the air, causing a loud noise and a huge ripple in the void. At this time, everyone only saw that the white tiger formed by Sansi's Gung Metal spiritual energy was biting down on Chu Yang's loneliness and emptiness. It was just an illusion. Sneak attack. You're playing a sneak attack in front of me. Don't you know that I'm the expert and professor in this field? You actually want to teach me a lesson? Are you out of your mind? The voice came from the void. Then, Chu Yang appeared. He raised his hand and slapped the old man's face. Buzz. Bai Sansi immediately released his domain, but his domain was like a piece of paper in front of Chu Yang. It was directly penetrated by Chu Yang's palm and slapped hard on his face. In an instant, Bai Sansi felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. His head was almost spun like a top, and his neck was almost broken. All the teeth in his mouth flew out. While he was still flying in the air, Chu Yang had already caught up with him. He kept moving at high speed and slapped Bai Sansi's face. Sneak attack. Sneak attack. Sneak attack. If I don't teach you how to write these words today, there will be a stain on my life. Bang! Bai Sansi finally landed on the ground. His entire body was in intense pain, but he felt that he was free. If he continued to be slapped like this, he was afraid that he would be slapped to death. Bang! Chu Yang stepped on his lower abdomen. He was in so much pain that his body arched like a bow. Why are you so useless? It's fine if you can't take a slap, but your face is so fragile. I just slapped you a few times, and your face is almost dead. Everyone was immediately dumbfounded. They had never seen someone like Chu Yang. He was about to fan death to death, yet he still complained that the other party was impatient. Bastard! At this moment, Bai Sansi was injured, and his heart was even more hurt. He was extremely humiliated. However, he was even more shocked. Why was Chu Yang so terrifying? Just a mere slap was enough to send him flying. In fact, he couldn't even see what kind of technique Chu Yang had used. Are you surprised? Why is my slap so powerful? Chu Yang said loudly. I'll tell you in a low voice. This is called the palm divine technique. It's used to slap people. I've always relied on this palm divine technique to roam the martial world. I swept across the East Baron. Palm divine art. Chao Ju and the others were speechless again. They were too familiar with such ridicule. Anyone who knew Chu Yang would know that he was the kind of person who would bully others until they wanted to die. The parrot felt it the most. It commented, "This is child's play. Little bastard." Chu Yang grabbed Bai Sansi and threw him to the parrot. He said, "Teach this thing how to write these words. Show off your broadsword in front of Master Wan." The hairless parrot immediately became the focus of the crowd. The parrot was very depressed. This was not what it wanted. If Chu Yang died, it would die too, and that would attract too much hatred. All right, it could only shout happily. My lord is wise. I'm the best at this. Chu Yang. At this moment, a deep voice was heard. It was like muffled thunder, filled with supreme majesty and intimidating. Everyone who heard it could not help but be frightened, and their bodies stiffened. Chapter 898. Jun Wudao, you're finally willing to come out. I thought that you would be a coward for the rest of your life. As Chu Yang spoke with disdain, Jun Wudao finally appeared. He came from the outside of the second circle secret realm, as if he had descended from the heavens. The void fluctuated as if time and space were making way for him, making him look like a god that had descended from the heavens. Although the space-time fluctuation wasn't caused by Jun Wudao, but by the space-time transmission gate, it still made everyone feel suffocated. Thump, 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 thump. Within the second circle secret realm, the hearts of many five-element sects disciples couldn't help but jump. They didn't know if it was because of nervousness, excitement, worship, or something else. At this moment, even they themselves didn't know. Jun Wudao. Jun Wudao had finally appeared. The god's child of the five-element sect made people feel suffocated. He was an existence that was high above. The person that the five-element sect's disciples usually saw was him. This was his real body. Previously, he had appeared once because of Chu Yang. Many of the five-element sect's disciples already knew that he had shockingly broken through to the spirit stage and even reached the third level of the spirit stage. He wasn't someone that ordinary people could compare to. Even many of the peak masters and elders of the five-element sect were inferior to him. If it wasn't for Chu Yang's appearance, there was no doubt that he would be the next sect master of the five-element sect. No one could go against this. This was a person that could take charge of the entire five-element sect. A supreme genius. Although he was still far away, Chu Yang could feel a great pressure pressing down on him. It was as if a mountain range was crashing down on him one after another. If it wasn't for Chu Yang, anyone else would have already vomited blood and knelt down. However, such a pressure was nothing more than a gust of wind to Chu Yang. Buzz! A loud sound rang out. Jun Wudao appeared in front of everyone and revealed his figure. He was a 22-year-old young man with an extraordinary temperament. His face was extremely pale and sickly pale. His features were chiseled, and at this moment, he looked like a heavenly god like a heavenly pillar propping up the dome of heaven. His aura and the pressure he emanated caused others to prostrate themselves on the ground and prostrate themselves in worship. When Chu Yang saw Jun Wudao again, it had been less than 7 days, but he could feel that Jun Wudao's aura was much stronger than before. He was improving, and so was Jun Wudao. This is a great enemy. The leisurely look on Chu Yang's face disappeared, and countless rays of light burst forth from his eyes. His back was straight, and his hands were behind his back. It was as if there was a peerless divine spear hidden in his body. At this moment, it revealed its sharpness, as if even the blue sky would be pierced by him. So strong, so strong. These two are so strong. They're like the gods of the immemorial divine mountain. Jun Wudao and Chu Yang's aura were equally matched, but many of the five-element sect's disciples couldn't bear it. They were struggling to hold on, and some of them were on the verge of collapse. Jun Wudao fell on the opposite side of Chu Yang and confronted Chu Yang. He suddenly stared at Chu Yang with vicious and ferocious eyes. Around his body, a huge amount of five-element spiritual qi was circulating and penetrating into the void. It seemed that every spiritual qi was a divine bridge, allowing him to integrate with heaven and earth. Chapter 899. Rumble. The sound was like thunder, like the heavens, oppressing Chu Yang. The people present did not know what was going on with Chu Yang. What they knew was that at this moment, they only felt that they had committed a great sin. They only felt that they deserved to die, and their hearts were incomparably terrified. Humph! Chu Yang fiercely waved his hand, like driving away a fly, and the oppressive pressure from Jun Wudao disappeared. His eyes were like two javelins staring at Jun Wudao. Jun Wudao, put away these little tricks. You can only use them to bully some weak chickens. Do you think this is useful against me? His voice was filled with disdain, and even a trace of laziness, spreading throughout the whole place. Countless disciples of the five-element sect heard Chu Yang's voice, and each of them smiled bitterly in their hearts. It seems that I can only be a weak chicken in front of people like Chu Yang and Jun Wudao, or even worse, they can kill me with a raise of their hand. Chao Ju, Sui Yunfu, Long Feast, Bai Sansi, Lu Tianrui, Dongfang Ho, Song Yanyin, and others at this time did not dare to say anything and did not dare to be presumptuous. They did not dare to intervene between the two. Chu Yang and Jun Wudao were already out of their control. At this time, Chao Ju, Silver Wolf, Jean Duo, and the others also looked at the two without blinking. As for the parrot now, it did not dare to make sound. Arrogance depends on the person. Jun Wudao in front of it obviously could not be presumptuous in front of him, otherwise it would be death. Of course, this was even more so for a wicked bastard like Chu Yang. If it dared to be presumptuous, it must be because of Chu Yang. In the parrot's view, Chu Yang was far more terrifying than Jun Wudao, and it already knew who would win and who would lose. It was definitely Chu Yang. However, it did not have any basis, and only relied on its own feelings. In the face of Chu Yang's disdain, Jun Wudao did not immediately refute. His eyes became sharper, like a sword, as if he wanted to see through Chu Yang. The battle here is not important. It doesn't matter if I win, it doesn't matter if I lose. The one who will decide who will be the master of the Eastern Wilderness is not me, but you. If you can beat Chu Yang, then you will be the master of the Eastern Wilderness, and the entire Eastern Wilderness will be ours. But if you lose everything. This was what Jun Wudao's uncle. Jun Wudao's eldest uncle was the sect master of the five-element sect, Jun Tianqiu. Her second uncle was the sect master of the Soul Devourer sect, Jun Tianen. Her father was the sect master of the Thousand Devil sect. His second uncles and father's names were fake names. These were their real names. Originally, Jun Tianqiu's three fathers had different opinions on how to deal with Chu Yang. Jun Tianqiu's uncle wanted to kill Chu Yang, unify the Eastern Wilderness, and enslave the entire Eastern Wilderness. Then, the Eastern Wilderness would be infuriated, and a savior would appear, who would be revered by the people of the eastern wilderness. Jun Tianzhou's plan was to kill Chu Yang, unify the eastern wilderness, and then change his identity, overthrow his own dynasty, and establish a new one. Jun Wudao's father and uncle wanted to subdue Chu Yang, unify the eastern wilderness, and use Chu Yang's revered status to promote themselves. For example, Chu Yang was only their servant, and Chu Yang's actions were all ordered by them. In this way, they would also gain the respect of the entire eastern wilderness. No matter which option they chose, they would have to change their identities. As for their identities, they didn't care. For example, their current surname wasn't their original surname. It was only because the great emperor of the eastern wilderness had ascended to the throne of the eastern wilderness that they took Jun as their surname. Jun Wudao's original surname was Chu, just like Chu Yang's. He knew this, but he didn't know that there was a council of elders in their clan. What was even more unexpected to him was that the former sect leader of the Five Elements sect, who was supposed to be dead, and the four emperors of the four kingdoms, who were either dead or missing, would suddenly jump out at the same time. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.